Fight, 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 fight.
Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small, actually criminal law firm in central Minnesota. How you guys doing? How are we doing tonight? We have a wild breaking story. I mean, it's not breaking now. It's broken. It's a broken story. We have a wildly broken story. Itchy lip. And we're going to talk about it. We're going to dig deep into it. We're going to dig French into it. And this is, of course, the story of Macron. I always think of him as Macron, but it's Macron, the French president, suing Candace Owens. Because Candace Owens keeps calling his wife a man, which is fucking funny. That's funny. And I don't know what to do about it because I don't really care for Candace Owens. Like after watching her melt down, step by step after she saw Crowder's proposed Daily Wire contract, right? And she saw Crowder's proposed Daily Wire contract. She's like, 100 million. Fuck. It was so funny watching that and being like, oh God, Candace Owens thought she was super smart. And then she realized that she wasn't in real time for all of us to see. And hold on. Just trying to do something useful here, and it's not working. No, she thought she was super smart, and then she's sitting there talking. She's like, I don't know why Crowder had all these problems. Like, I just accepted the first deal that they put on the table. Oh, wait. It was great. God, it was fucking funny. And then from there, it was just, and I kind of mentioned, I was like, Candace Owens just realized that Daily Wire kind of screwed her over on her contract and she didn't negotiate. Like, she's going to be pissed. And it was like collapsing dominoes towards her, like having a falling out with Ben Shapiro. And now she's like, the fucking Jews. So that's great. Like, and that's funny, but I don't really like care for her. I don't care about her commentary analysis show. Like, I don't watch anything from Candace Owens. I don't want to listen to her. I know a lot of people like her. That's fine. Like, I just don't care. But Macron suing her, and then I find out she's been calling his wife a man the whole time. And then I get told like that he met his wife, like he was 15 and she's 39. And he's like, yeah, I want to get with that. And she like, grooms this 15-year-old into marrying her. What happened? Like, how'd this work out? I can't imagine. Like, there are 39-year-old women that I think 15-year-olds would find attractive. Certainly. I didn't see a picture of her at 39, but I see a picture of her now, and I don't see any features that look like they would have been attractive. Right? Like, she seems kind of ugly, like really ugly. Maybe she wasn't, though. She's also French. And I mean, who wants to marry a French girl? I'm just kidding. But she seems kind of hideous. And so I'm looking at this going, this story is wild. It's crazy. Much crazier than I knew because I didn't know about the grooming thing. Like a man. It's a man. Hideous even. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I'm sitting here going, well, there's nothing but funny potential here, because why would the French head of state sue Candace Owens in a U.S. court? They chose Delaware. I'm not quite sure. I haven't read the complaint yet. I've got it. And we're going to read it together. You and me, we're on a journey of self-actualization and growth and awareness. And most of that awareness is about how fucking funny it is that Candace Owens is getting sued for calling this thing a man over and over and over. But anyway, so it's a French head of state. Well, a French head of state's wife, I guess. Whatever. They're suing as a team, maybe. Coming to the United States, suing Candace Owens in the state of Delaware, which undoubtedly is going to get removed to federal court. They picked Delaware, I'm guessing, for two reasons. Delaware has like one of the worst anti-slap laws in the country. And I would wager that if Candace Owens has some sort of LLC or business entity that is part of her show, it's probably the entity is probably created in Delaware. Delaware is a very entity-friendly state. Lots of people do. Karen Vaughn says, well, she is 72 years old and he's 47. That's like the difference between me and my daughter playing putt-putt. Like, that's really far apart. So then, what I'll try and discuss as we read through the thing, but if we don't get it while I read through the document, maybe we'll just sit around and have a discussion with it. I had a great discussion on Twitter with John Mateus. I interviewed him during the Karen Reed trial. He's a free speech advocate and a journalism advocate and a literal advocate. I mean, he's an attorney who organizations have partnered with to protect journalists specifically is one of his big ones. And so he was involved in the Karen Reed buffer zone case. I think he filed an amicus brief. So, but we had a great discussion about how fucking weird this case is procedurally, because it's almost guaranteed to get removed to federal court. And then we discussed a change of venue to Tennessee, because I think that's where Candace Owens is in Tennessee. And then, change of venues are extremely rare, but maybe there's a possibility. So there's a lot going on there. There's also the question of, are they going to like discovery in this case? First of all, will fuel Candace Owens' show forever. Like discovery on the French head of state is such an insane opportunity. What are we going to do with that? Like, she gets to request a bunch of stuff that would not be privileged under American law. Discovery, I mean, obviously medical records, right? What's your testosterone levels, ma'am? So that's one thing we've got. But the other thing is potentially, when you sue someone, the question of damages will come up. Well, how are you damaged? Are you damaged economically? Are you damaged reputationally? So then you have discovery issues around having the financial discovery from the French head of state. Whoa. And then you have communications discovery amongst the French head of state and his peers, because you have to discover reputational harm. So you can go after all this shit, and then who knows what else? Like, I mean, those are just first thoughts that come to my head. Like, are they even thinking about what the fuck happens with this lawsuit? And then, of course, they get to go, after Candace Owens, and the same thing, going after Candace Owens' finances, her business. How much of her show, like, does her show increase in viewership? Does her show decrease in viewership? Does it increase in profits? Is there some correlation between some unjust enrichment by calling this person a man over and over? Like, what is she gaining out of it? Has she discussed it behind the scenes? Are there any communications where she discusses this and says, I don't believe it to be true, but I'm just saying it because it's fucking funny? Like, there's a lot to look for, which then ties into having communications disclosed with lots of people on both sides. And Candace Owens is very high up the political commentary ladder. She's probably built some really strong connections and probably has communications with, relatively prominent people. So what do those say? So we've got that. We've got that. But before that happened, I was compiling a bunch of stuff to talk about. I have an article on porta potty parties. Disgusting. Dubai's a great place. Obama breaking silence on Donald Trump. I believe there's an arrest, or they've sent or referred Obama to the DOJ for an arrest warrant, which is kind of funny. Matthew Perry's doctor, one of them who supplied him extra ketamine, was pleads guilty in federal court to supplying ketamine, which is crazy, in my opinion. Like, look, Matthew Perry had problems with ketamine, apparently, and took a lot of it. And then he died. He died hard and fast. And actually, he didn't. He died slowly. But, I mean, you know, like over time. But then he drowned or something. So anyway, the doctors pled guilty to something that I don't personally believe that should be a crime, but hey, what do you know? And then there's this other story. I saw a man exposed a woman to HIV knowingly, and he's in the wrong state. He wasn't in California, where you can just do that. And then you know, there's some stuff on Epstein. I've got a couple different Epstein things. A U.S. judge, they've rejected the bid to unseal the grand jury transcripts. So now we go into the next phase, the next, you know, an appeal on that probably. And then I have this other one. And I read the headline of this from Arkansas. Someone's like, you should look at this. And I'm like, what is this? Here's the headline. State Supreme Court lifts gag order on father who shot man he found with his 13-year-old daughter. That is a pretty fucking serious headline. Just from the start of it, that's a really, like, that's a horrifying headline. Then I find out, I think, that the guy who got shot was a cop. And I'm like, oh, well, that changes things even more, doesn't it? So I had all these stories, and then Macron comes out and is very French at everyone, and he sues Candace Owens and kind of like takes over that whole thing. So that's, you know, we got a bunch of stuff today. I saw someone ask if we are cooking tonight, and we'll see. So I need an opinion from you guys. I need an opinion from you guys. I need some help. Because I don't understand boundaries or anything anymore. They're all gone. And so I need some rational people to help me out. At some point, Cooking with Kurt is going to have to come to an end because they're like, we'll run out of videos. And as much fun as it was to rewatch one the other night, like that was an accident. And I don't want to, that was unintentional. And I don't want to do that again. So we're going to run out of Cooking with Kurt videos. And I'm sorry to say that. Like, I don't want to bring that up. It hurts me on the inside. But someone told me to watch one of Kurt's interviews. And I started watching it. And it's the worst fucking interview I may have ever seen. It is so bad and uncomfortable. It's like, you know, that Zach Galifianakis show, Between Two Ferns? It's like awkward and uncomfortable like that, except it's not rehearsed and it's not funny. And holy shit. So I'm wondering if you guys, like, should we do anatomy of an interview and stuff like that and break down interviews from Kurt? I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to live anymore. Kate says, which one did you watch? The one with the glarer. It is God, it's acupuncture on your anus uncomfortable. It is so fucking horrifyingly bad. It's bad. Look, 90 seconds into the interview, it's awful. Like, it's flat out fucking terrible. 90 seconds in. And some crazy stuff happens in the interview as well. Like Kurt doesn't disappoint. His content is so good. and I think more people need to see it. I think more people need to see it. Okay. Here we go. So I don't talk about this enough because it's weird, but there's an alternative to Super Chats and Rumble Rants called Super Tips. And we use Super Tips here to enhance in the enjoyment of the show for everybody, but mostly for the super tipper and for me. Everybody else gets to enjoy it a little bit more too, but we're the most important people. And so you can get there. It's the pinned chat on YouTube, and I'm pinning it on Rumble right now as well. So you guys can get there from those pinned chats, supertip.gg/RL. And then you can use like AI voices to participate in the, to deliver your super chat, basically. It's really cool for creators because I get the money faster. And also they only take 10% where YouTube takes 30+% depending on the circumstances. So that's my spiel on it. Here's what they look like.
Mr. Rikita, Aaron has delayed taking responsibility once again, but this abuse of the legal system makes his future look shakier than Kurt trying to wiggle his micro penis.
Pour another gin for the toe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he got his delay. It's now August 5th is the new thing. He's talking about a lawyer working behind the scenes. So I hope he didn't misrepresent to the court about having a lawyer. Like if he is saying he doesn't have a lawyer to the court, but then he does have a lawyer who's working, and then he's going to bring the new lawyer on. He's going to slow walk him on like on April 4th, and then say, "Oh my God, I just retained counsel, and now he needs extra time to get up to speed." I hope he's not doing that, because if he did that, that would be a dumb thing to do, especially when you talk about stuff like that in public, which you probably shouldn't do. You probably shouldn't say stuff like that, but hopefully he's not doing that. Hopefully that's all just a misunderstanding, but that's what's going on right now. We'll see. August 5th.
This sounds like an excellent example of the Streisand effect. Also, Macron and Kurt have micro peens.
Wait, is it a micropene night? We're up to 2 already. I'll put the micropene counter on there. Do you think I fucking won't? We're already at 2 micropenes. This is very promising. And then we have this one too.
Candace said Trump called her and said Macron asked him to ask for her to back off Macron's wife.
Right. Okay. Here's another problem with this whole lawsuit. And this is a real conundrum. I don't know how this works because I'm not familiar. Doesn't the counter just ruin the clips? I don't know that it ruins them, but yes. I'm not familiar of any other time that a foreign head of state has sued a U.S. citizen individually for defamation, for some personal tort while in office. All right. Like I'm not aware of that happening. It probably, maybe, I don't know. It might have happened. Now let's combine some things. This foreign head of state is an ally of the United States, or an ally. It's the head of state of an allied country, France. And so we have treaties and alliance agreements and stuff with France that define our, alliance and define what happens. The only thing I can think of is a while back, a bunch of people sued. I believe it was Libya, over that the airplane, like the Libyan terrorists, like shot down an airplane with a missile or whatever, and I think they sued Libya. This is back in the 90s. I'm really digging deep to try and remember the details of this case, but there's one principle in it that's really interesting, and it's that so these people wanted to sue this foreign government, and the executive branch basically came in and said, nope, you can't do it. And so all the American citizens who had lost loved ones on this flight, the Lockerbie bombing. Yeah. Maybe it was the Lockerbie bombing. I think that's what it was. Thank you for that. So they went to sue, the government of Libya, and U.S. government says, no, you can't. And all the lawsuits get shut down. Basically, the executive is the sole organ of foreign relations and suing the Libyan government. And then the U.S. government allowing the lawsuit to happen was a foreign relations nightmare. And that's about as close as I can come to thinking what happens next. But that's a different scenario, right? Like, that's American citizens trying to bring suit. And basically them the executive extending sovereign immunity to a foreign country for the purposes of foreign relations. And then now we have, though, a French president suing a U.S. citizen. That's different because that's the foreign national coming into the United States and saying, I am under your jurisdiction, right? Like, he's accepting the U.S. courts as authority. So then we go, wait, so like, the questions are, would they seal the case? Would they put a gag order on Candace Owens or anybody else from talking about what's in discovery? Or, how far does that go? Can they shut it down? So now you've got the French president calling the U.S. president, asking to personally ask Candace Owens to stop. Hey, Candace, you're an okay broadcaster. I've frankly seen a little bit better out there, some blonde women, very beautiful, and good commentating. You're doing okay. But I get a call from Macron, and he's telling me you're saying very, very funny things about his husband, wife. Right? Like, can you imagine the phone call that she gets? Gonna need you to stop. If the president calls you and tells you to stop calling the French prime minister or president or whatever, the French guy's wife a man, that happened. A president calls a YouTuber, effectively. Is Candace even networked anymore? She's just a YouTuber, right? President calls a YouTuber. Look, we're going to need you to step down from calling her a man. I know, I see the bulge. I see the bulge myself. I've seen it before, too. Barack agrees with me. You got to stop. Like, oh, my God. Oh, she should have recorded that. What's up, Kimberly? How are you? Okay, so here we go.
Kurt needs the cocaine diet. Also, nice shirt, you faggot.
Well, that came out perfect. Thanks. Thank you, Robert Barnes. We the Rabble says, take a break. Toast for Ozzy. Quote, I tell you to enjoy life. I wish I could, but it's too late. The last phrase sang on stage from Ozzy. To Ozzy Osbourne, the man who taught us how to survive so much, how to piss off so many, and how to rock the fucking faces off of everybody he encountered. May he rest in non-peace that he would desire. Cheers. All right. Johnny Rocket says, hi, Rackets. Any interest in dissecting the Clippiverse's hippity hoppity get off my property vid? SSTV went to the common area of Vito's place. Yes, not right now. I want to do the Candace Owens thing, and we're gonna do that. But yes, maybe tomorrow. Chris Max is Candace claims she got a call from Trump over this. So there we go. And then we got one more of these super tips, and then we'll get into the lawsuit.
So what horrid concoctions are we coming up with at the end of the stream? What bizarre witch's brew are we watching at the end of this stream?
I don't know. Sausage pasta was pretty good, but there's meatballs and sauce. There's some good shit. There's some good shit to watch. I haven't decided what we're watching yet. Okay. All right, here we go. Let me pull this. Let me put this on screen. Where is it? This one. Why am I so little? Here we go.
You better put some enthusiasm in that sales pitch, Muppet Man.
Don't call me a Muppet. 219 pages. Please tell me a bunch of this is exhibits. Holy fuck, it isn't. Whoa, this might be a multi-part series. I don't know if I can go through 219 pages in one show without, jumping off of a bridge. All right, here we go. Let's get it. Was that me saying I have a micro? Wait, what are you talking about? No, no. What? Here we go. So here we go. This is Emmanuel Macron and his grandmother Bridget Macron versus Candace Owens LLC and Georgetown Inc. So I bet the LLC and the Georgetown are probably based in Delaware, which would be the reason for jurisdiction there.
Hi, Nick. So you have mods that may have banned Cookie, aka Shoot Up and Can Cook, a super supporter of yours. They may have banned Shut Up, I Can Cook. They were in the chat saying it.
Shut Up, I Can
Cook
Cook.
does not stay where she is, timed out or banned. Goody mods or none.
Cookie is not banned. Cookie is not banned. I saw her in chat after saying she was banned. I'm pretty sure anyway. Let me check this. Mods, I hope no one banned Cookie. It's Cookie. You can't do that. Let me see. She's not on the ban list. She's all good. If somehow she were on the ban, on the ban list, and I just don't see her because I'm stupid, I'll fix it. Anyway. All right. Enough of that. What a waste of time. Cookie, I'm going to ban you for wasting time. All right, let's get into this. In March of 2024, Candace Owens, a right-wing podcaster, told the world she, quote, would stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that Bridget Macron, the First Lady of France, is in fact a man. That's funny. That's funny. Since then, Owens has used this false statement to promote her independent platform, gain notoriety, and make money. Okay. Owens disregarded all credible evidence, disproving her claim in favor of platforming known conspiracy theorists and proven defamers. What credible evidence? Did she send Candace Owens a dick pic? Did that happen? Because without a dick pic, I'm not convinced of anything. And rather than engage with President and Mrs. Macron's attempts to set the record straight, Owens mocked them and used them as additional fodder for her frenzied fan base. Well, I mean, that is how you make fun of someone. Owens did not stop there, retaliating against the Macrons for the audacity of sending her a retraction demand. Owens helmed an 8-part podcast series entitled Becoming Bridget, the series, and accompanying expos throughout the series. So Becoming Bridget is what they mean when they type the series. Throughout the series, Owens and her entities, Candace Owens LLC and Georgetown Inc., endorsed, repeated, and published a series of verifiably false and devastating lies about the Macrons, on which this complaint is based. These outlandish, defamatory, and far-fetched fictions include that Mrs. Macron was born a man, stole another person's identity, and transitioned to become Bridget. I didn't think black people or women could be funny, and Candace is proving them completely wrong. Mrs. Macron and President Macron are blood relatives committing incest. They are? That's disgusting. President Macron was chosen to be the president of France as part of the CIA-operated MK Ultra program or a similar mind control program. And Mrs. Macron and President Macron are committing forgery, fraud, and abuses of power to conceal those secrets. Well, why do you keep covering them up? Just embrace it. Brigitte. I don't like anything that ends with eat after the word Pajit became more popular. Like, I feel like if I call her Brigitte, she'll be running a 7-Eleven. These claims are demonstrably false. Well, I mean, I guess if your claim is that someone was a man in transition to a woman, what is a woman? Right? Like, if that's the claim, she can't just drop her pants or whatever. This is a weird spot to be in when you think about it, right? Like, because the easy answer would be like, here's a genetic test that shows that she's definitely got an XY. Like, that would be the easy way for both Candace and for Brigitte. But you shouldn't have to prove that you're the gender that you say you are, the biological sex you say you are, like just because someone else says it. And so I'm kind of like torn on the issue because in some ways, in some ways it's like, okay, well, you didn't have to go through all that. You could just post the stuff. But in other ways you go, but they won't believe it. No one will believe this. Like Candace Owens will just say it's faked. Oh, of course, French president could be so powerful. He could have this forged. But if the claim is, claim is transitioning, it makes it way harder. How do you explain the bulge if it's supposed to be gone? TX47 says, dude, I freaking love this stream. Oh, good. Thanks. If you love this stream, make sure you click the little thumbs up or the heart or whatever it is. What is it over on Rumble? It's just a thumbs up. They stole that. Those thieves.
I'm here, you're here, I'm going to bed because I'm old. But replay crew, my dude, glad to see you streaming.
You could see me streaming all the time. Well, not all the time, but more often than it was. I'm working on it. Okay. These claims are demonstrably false, and Owens knew they were false when she published them, yet she published them anyway. And the reason is clear. It is not the pursuit of truth, but the pursuit of fame. All right. Macron, my little homie, you have to understand this. No one is obligated to pursue truth. Pursuing fame is just fine. This is America, Jack. We get to pursue whatever we goddamn well please. And you can take your little French shit and fuck right off with it. You can police the speech in your country all you want, but you can't police speech in ours. So kindly go fuck yourself. We'll pursue fame all day. I'll stand slightly to the side and behind of Candace Owens because I want to be in the picture on this issue, but almost no others, but only because she has a right to call your stupid wife a man all day, every day. I don't give a shit. You are the president of a major Western nation. What the fuck do you care what Candace Owens says about your wife's gender? Hey, she's making money. Who fucking cares? Go away. Get out. Get out of my Delaware, you piece of garbage. Take your man wife away. All right. Don't you hate when some like Weasley European comes in and is like, I don't like their free speech? Yeah, we know. That's why we fucking left. Leave us alone. Go away. Next time we'll let Germany stay. All right, here we go. After being fired from the Daily Wire, Owens used these demonstrably false claims to promote her independent podcast, Candace. Owens' fan base has grown to 69 dudes, million followers on X, and 4.47 million subscribers on YouTube. The most popular podcasts in the world have discussed her investigation into the Macron's history. Okay, so she launched a revamped website, CandaceOwens.com, fueled by her desire to make these specific false claims about the Macrons without adhering to content moderation policies. Oh no, she went around the third parties. Oh no. Don't let her do that. She can't say stuff. That would be bad. This is nothing new for Owens. She's built a brand on provocation, not truth. Again, so what? Look, this is business, Jack. Business, and the business is entertainment. Maybe infotainment, edutainment, whatever stupid mashup of words you want. It doesn't matter. This is entertainment, baby. We're selling ads here. No one cares if your weird wife was your dad at some point or whatever. Nobody gives a shit. No one. It's ad selling, man. Candace Owens is selling ads. She's selling engagement. She's selling subscriptions. And she doesn't have to pursue the truth. Now, we do have defamation laws. And we do say that you can't knowingly publish lies that cause damage to people. But you're the French president, and I really find it hard to believe that Candace Owens has somehow caused damage to you. Like, what economic opportunities have you lost? You're the French fucking president. You're the top of the food chain with a baguette. Like, what on earth has she done? She's promoted a, wait, here we go. Owens labels herself as an independent investigative journalist while routinely peddling misinformation under the guise of legitimate reporting. Okay. She's promoted a range of, so does NBC. She's promoted a range of conspiracy theories, including anti-vaccine falsehoods. Wait, which ones? Which ones were false? Because a lot of those things weren't falsehoods. Like you guys all just said they were. And then it's been shown over time that overwhelmingly that was bullshit. Long debunked anti-Semitic tropes such as blood libel and Holocaust distortion. Not Holocaust distortion. You wouldn't want to distort the Holocaust. That'd be terrible. Going so far as to dismiss the atrocities of Joseph Mengele's medical experience as mere propaganda. Again, like it or not, agree or disagree, this is America. We can have the wrongest of opinions. We can say all sorts of wrong things. I can say, for example, that government is great. That's wrong. It's incorrect. Oh, you're part of government and not mine, which makes it even somehow worse. Her content is not intended to inform, but to inflame and attract attention through sensationalism and conspiracy theories. Again, okay, that's not the basis of a civil tort. In fact, you're weakening your claim of a civil tort because you're saying that it's all like she is not intending to inform at all, inflaming and attracting attention through all these falsehoods, fake stories and conspiracy theories, fake stories and conspiracy theories, fake stories and conspiracy theories. Well, if they're fake stories and conspiracy theories, isn't the one about your man wife a fake story and theory, conspiracy theory? Owens published a series and related X posts with reckless disregard for the truth. We have a problem, though. Was anybody reasonably expected to believe what she said as a statement of fact? We'll have to see as we go. Owens was repeatedly presented with credible, verifiable evidence disproving her claims, including documentation, public records, and direct outreach from Macron. They called her. Candace, we need you to stop calling Brigitte, man. It is very important to us to go ahead and win the next election. So, allons-y. Stop immédiatement. They called her. They called Candace Owens. Like, now Trump's called her. Man, all you have to do is call some ugly chick a man and you can like get calls from heads of state. That's crazy. Instead of correcting the record, she doubled down. Yes, you rewarded her. You rewarded her with everything she could have possibly wanted. At the time, Miss Macron had won French defamation claims against others who pushed those same baseless theories. French defamation claims are not American defamation claims. And again, you can take your dirty salad back to your own fucking country and jump in the Seine, man. Like, I'm actually getting more and more mad as I read this because the idea of a foreign head of state suing an American citizen. Hold on. What's up? Go get him. I don't think so. I'll unlock it, though. I'll just unlock it. 1 second. Hold on, guys. I gotta do something real quick. I have to unlock my car. Unlock. Finish unlocking. Why is this taking so long? Anyway, I don't think it's locked in the first place. Excuse me. Going back to this. I'm getting more and more angry. The idea of a foreign head of state suing an American citizen, you know what? Fuck right off. Fuck right off. No. You don't get to come in here and step on our First Amendment. That's our job. We get to step on our First Amendment. Underscoring, so this is back to the same baseless theories, underscoring both their falsity and defamatory sting. We don't know this. We have a different standard for measuring defamation claims than you Euros do. If anybody remembers Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp had different defamation outcomes in the UK and in the United States. Owens knew this, yet Owens, fully aware of the truth, has not only declined to retract her statements, but has actively expanded on them. I probably would have too, to be honest. If you could get a call from a foreign head of state, you're doing the right thing. These lies have caused tremendous damage to the Macrons. Okay. So I was talking about this in another context in a chat earlier today. We don't need to get into what that chat was about, but when you're writing a pleading, specifically a complaint, you have to avoid things called conclusory statements. Conclusory statements under the line of cases called Iqbal Twombly and Iqbal. It doesn't matter. The last one being Ashcroft versus Iqbal, John Ashcroft, or Iqbal versus Ashcroft, in which this guy with a very, Arabic sounding last name sued John Ashcroft, former, what was he, Attorney General. And he lost because basically his entire complaint was conclusory statements without statements of fact to back them up. So we go, we say, these lies have caused tremendous damage to the Macrons. Well, that's conclusory. That line doesn't mean anything. What is tremendous damage? What are the lies? Defendants have subjected the Macrons to a campaign of global humiliation, turning their lives into fodder for profit-driven lies. Here's a really weird thing about defamation. It doesn't matter if you say lies for the purposes of gaining profit. As far as defamation law is concerned, lies for the purposes of gaining profit are not automatically, they're not automatically defamatory, defamation. They don't, there's nothing wrong with a lie for profit other than your own personal morality or ethics. Okay. The lies have to cause damage, not generate profit. They have to cause damage to the person. The profit isn't the problem. Owens has dissected their appearance, their marriage, their friends, their family, and their personal history. So, twisting it all into a grotesque narrative designed to inflame and degrade. So, you're allowed to inflame, you're allowed to degrade. You're not allowed to cause damage with a false statement of fact. See, that's the other thing. Not all lies are statements of fact. What's this?
Macron can take his we back to France and get Eiffel Tower by his man wife and Pepe Le Pew. Why are they so concerned with this? I think, though, doth protest too much.
Maybe. How does this get there? Of all the things you could say about anybody, they're like, actually, his wife's a man baby. And then it's like, oh my God, we got to stop this one. But it's really important to note that in America, you can lie for profit. You can do it. I mean, people do it all the time. That's obvious. It doesn't matter if the lie generates profit. It matters if the lie causes damage. And you can inflame and degrade freely. Again, you can't say a false statement of fact that causes harm. The result is relentless bullying on a worldwide scale. How can you be the president of a fucking country? Like, I'm getting bullied. I cannot even go outside. Cannot go to the market. How are you getting bullied? Don't you drive a Pugo? You should be bullied. Look at you. Look at her. You. Allegan News says they're admitting her band is fake news, which contradicts defamation. Principled Uncertainty says everyone thinking that his wife is a troon actually distracted from the fact that she's a child predator. They should be grateful. That's a really good point, because right now she kind of looks like a groomer.
What I don't get is how this is defamatory to begin with. I thought being trans was something to be proud of and push on small children. What happened?
I don't know. It's a good question. All right. Where'd my cool window go? Here it is. All right. Relentless bullying on a worldwide scale of a world leader. Like, this guy is one of the 20, I think, in the G20 summit. Like, they're bullying us. Oh my God. Let's see. Macron net worth. Emmanuel Macron has an estimated net worth of $2 million. That's it? No, that can't be right. That's from BBN Times. That there's no way. 10 million? This guy should be bullied way harder. Way harder. Every time the Macrons leave their home, they do so knowing that countless people have heard and many believe these vile fabrications. It is invasive, dehumanizing, and deeply unjust. How is it unjust? What about it's unjust? That I don't know. Invasive and dehumanizing? Probably. Are they vile fabrications? Well, I mean, if they're fabrications, I guess. They have to. That's a weird sentence. Every time they leave their home, they do so knowing that countless people have heard and many believe these vile fabrications. What does leaving their fucking home have to do with that? While they're at home, they don't have to think about it at all. They're just fine. But once they leave their home, they suddenly remember that everybody knows this. Faced with this relentless and unjustified smear campaign, the Macrons are left with no choice but to seek relief through this court to set the record straight, prevent further harm, and hold defendants accountable for their conduct. Yeah, they have no choice. No choice at all. There's no other way that the president of France could possibly compete with Candace fucking Owens. Makes me like Candace Owens is more rich than this guy. Plaintiff Emmanuel Macron is a French citizen. President Macron has been the president of France since 2017. Holy shit. That's 8 years. Prior to being elected, President Macron served as Minister of Economics, Industry, and Digital Affairs and Deputy Secretary General to the President. He married Brigitte Macron in 2007. In 2007, she was what, like 70? Plaintiff Brigitte Macron is a French citizen, the spouse of the current president of France, and a woman. Notice they didn't say Macron was a man, which might be more embarrassing than saying she's a woman. They wouldn't want to put a lie in the fucking complaint, would they? She was born Brigitte Trogneux in Amiens, France on April 13th, 1953. She is the youngest of 6 children. She gave birth to 3 children from her first marriage out of her penis hole to André Louis Elzier. Mrs. Macron is a former teacher. In 2007, she married Emmanuel Macron. Why don't we tell that story? He was her student. She was his teacher. He was 15 under the bleachers. She was 39. She was not looking fine, but at least her transition was complete. Defendant Candace Owens is a citizen of the United States and resident and domiciliary of the state of Tennessee. Through her marriage to George Thomas Stall Farmer, a British citizen, you turncoat bitch. Owens also holds British citizenship. Are you dual citizen? You're a cuck? Get out. Throw her in the fucking sea. You know what? I take it all back. Swim to your dumb island and get sued there. Man, I hate all these people. Owens is considered a political commentator and is a self-described conservative. Owens hosts a podcast called Candace, which is published on Owens' X account by Candace Owens LLC, on CandaceOwens.com, by George Tom Inc., and across various other platforms. Owens is a member and the sole manager of defendant Candace Owens LLC. Owens maintains control of defendant George Tom Inc. Defendant Candace Owens LLC is a limited liability company organized under the laws of the state of Delaware with its headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee. Candace Owens is the sole manager of Candace Owens LLC. The company manages Owens' Facebook and X accounts, and Owens, oversees and directs all content published on her social media accounts. She disseminated her false and defamatory statements through Candace Owens LLC. Candace Owens LLC is a pass-through entity named after Owens, which is solely controlled and managed by her. It is the legal entity through which Owens operates and manages her social media accounts. Owens has primary control over the management of Candace Owens LLC. We got it. Defendant George Tom Inc. is a registered for-profit corporation. Is it for-profit by lies? Organized under the state laws of the state of Delaware with its headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee, Owens made false and defamatory statements on her podcast, Candace, and published them on her website, CandaceOwens.com, which is operated by George Tom Inc. Owens oversees and directs all content that George Tom Inc. publishes on CandaceOwens.com. Owens is a member or manager of George Tom Inc., and she has primary control over the management of George Tom Inc. Non-party Jean-Michel Trogneux is the older brother of Brigitte Macron. Jean-Michel was born in Amiens, France on February 11th, 1945, and he still lives there today. Non-party Xavier Poussin is an investigative journalist and editor of Les Lettres de Xavier Poussin. He was owner of Fait et Documents, a confidential newsletter that published false and defamatory claims regarding plaintiffs similar to those stated by defendant. Owens claims the writings by Xavier Poussard inspired her false and defamatory claims. Poussard is Owens' primary source. Non-party Nacha Ray is an investigative journalist who has also spread the same false and defamatory claims about the Macrons. Ray originated the claims in France. As a result, Mrs. Macron prosecuted a libel case in France against both Nacha Ray and Adamantine Roy. Adamantine Roy. Adamantine Roy is cooler. Ray is a key source for Owens and Poussard. Non-party Amandine Roy is a self-proclaimed spiritual medium who interviewed Ray in 2021 for a since-deleted YouTube video. God, it's so French. In 2021, in a 4-hour interview, Roy and Ray broadcast false and defamatory claims regarding Mrs. Macron, which prompted her libel claim in France. Roy is a leading source for Owens and Poussard. Allegan News says, why the F did she keep it in Delaware? Delaware's anti-slap laws aren't very good. No, but I think they're very like they're either there's something about Delaware. It might be a tax-friendly state, something like that. Like every credit card company is based in Delaware. All right. Jurisdiction. So this is an interesting one. This doesn't seem to be the proper venue. Jurisdiction is proper because it's two Delaware corporations. Wait, what do we have here? Principled Uncertainty says, do you think she makes him wear his old school uniform in bed? Probably. I would think so.
I just want to point out that America First Candace Owens had an anchor baby. Unlike Kurt, who will never father a baby due to his micropene.
There we go. Anyway, so this court has subject matter jurisdiction. Oh shit, I gotta bring this back up. Subject matter jurisdiction over this civil action, and the venue is proper in this court under Delaware law. This court has personal jurisdiction over defendant Candace Owens under Delaware law and the Due Process Clause of the United States Constitution because she manages an LLC formed under Delaware law and claims relate to the business of the limited liability company. Defendant Owens is a manager of Candace Owens LLC and directs, controls, or participates materially in the management of Candace Owens LLC. This court also has personal jurisdiction over defendant Owens under Delaware law and the Due Process Clause of the United States Constitution because plaintiff's claims against her arise from her and her Delaware entity's actions and causing tortious injury to plaintiffs by an act or omission outside of Delaware, as they regularly do or solicit business, engage in persistent courses of conduct, and derive substantial revenue from services or things used in or consumed in the state, including subscriptions and related products and services. Moreover, exercising jurisdiction over defendant Owens would not offend traditional notions of fair play and substantial justice because she could have and should have reasonably foreseen being hailed into court in the state of Delaware, where she formed, managed, and controlled entities she used to commit tortious conduct and where her entities regularly transact business to account for her tortious conduct against plaintiffs. Okay. Let's just talk about this real quick. This is brought in the state of Delaware. This is brought in state court in Delaware. almost guaranteed they're going to remove to federal court. They should have brought it in federal court in Delaware, is what they should have done. Because now they're going to waste time arguing over whether it should be removed, and it should be removed. I mean, this is pointless. But Delaware does have jurisdiction. Candace Owens isn't in Delaware, but she went to Delaware to form these companies and manages companies that are formed in Delaware. So she definitely enjoys the protections of the state of Delaware. However, so that's jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is proper. Delaware law will apply. And there's basically no way around that. If it gets removed to federal court, the federal court will still be applying Delaware law. That's going to happen. I don't know if there's any quirks about federal courts applying Delaware law. For example, Texas has a very strong anti-SLAPP statute called the Texas Citizens Participation Act. The Fifth Circuit, however, Fifth Circuit federal courts will not apply the Texas Citizens Participation Act to federal claims. They won't do it, or when federal courts take over. Federally, they will not apply the Texas anti-SLAPP. I'm not aware of any other circuit that does that. I think it's only the Fifth Circuit in regards to Texas TCPA. That said, Delaware doesn't have a strong anti-SLAPP anyway, but I don't know if there are any quirks of Delaware law that conflict with their federal circuit. There could be, I just don't know of it. But yeah, they're right. Their analysis of why jurisdiction in Delaware is proper, but what might not be proper. Bob Ricada, hi Dad, how are you? Says, what was the name of that game that was like asteroids, but a penis would shoot missiles at breasts? It wasn't like asteroids. It was more like Space Invaders. And I don't know if those were missiles. I'm older now. I don't remember the name of the game. I don't. But it was on the it was on your Apple IIe, if I remember right. Why would you bring that up right now? I'm talking about a Frenchman. Oh God. Yeah, I think it was more like Space Invaders though, because if I remember right, like everything came down. Asteroids, stuff came at you from all over. Okay. So just want to lay out that jurisdiction in Delaware is proper. However, even though these companies are based in Delaware, they're headquartered in Tennessee, where Candace Owens is. And that's where production happens. That's where I believe the majority, if not all of her employees are going to be. And so we've got a really interesting question about whether this is a proper venue. And this is where I had a discussion with attorney John Mateus earlier today about this, because venue change in federal court happens, but they're kind of rare, especially when jurisdiction is proper and, you have localized entities, even though they're practically they're local in Tennessee. So the way jurisdiction works, entities are domiciled in two places. Entities are domiciled where they're formed, potentially two places, where they're formed and organized, like in this case, Delaware, and then where their headquarters is, in this case, Tennessee. So either one of the states is proper for jurisdiction. They pick the more favorable jurisdiction of Delaware for a defamation claim. But venue, it's very burdensome, if you think about it, for Candace Owens and any witnesses from her camp to go to Delaware to do anything for hearings and everything like that. Everything's going to be located probably down in Nashville, where the companies actually operate and where everything, where Candace lives and where everything happens. Now, normally, they'd be hesitant to move venue, but in this case, you've got a French president who's going to have to come to the United States either way, and it's effectively the same to go from France to Delaware as it is to go from France to Tennessee, I would imagine. I mean, I would assume they have direct flights from Nashville to Paris. Just as much as they would have from, what is it, Wilmington? I don't know what the big city in Delaware is. Why does anybody go to Delaware at all? I don't know. But yeah, I would assume it'd be the same, roughly the same amount of travel. Maybe a difference of 30 minutes or something on the flight. As long as there's direct flights from Paris to Nashville that are comparable to Paris to wherever's close to Delaware. But they're both East Coast. Well, I guess Nashville's a little farther. Yeah, Nashville's on the west side of Tennessee. Maybe it's an extra hour, but so what? Like, we're talking about a minimal amount of burden being added to the party that's bringing the suit. Whereas in Candace's case, we have quite a bit of burden. So on balance, they may actually consider a venue change here. That would be interesting. But to be clear, Bob Ricada again says, I think it was AstroTit. That sounds right. Why do you remember this? No, I think that's right. But this is one of the cases where like a venue change might make sense. And in the change of venue, to be clear, the Tennessee federal court would be applying Delaware law still. I think they can figure it out, but they would be.
Can't wait to see how Nick works in a pizza casserole and ass cream into this story.
It's not that hard. Oh, Jeebus. Phrasing.
I'll allow it.
Is there anything you won't allow?
Did someone say pizza casserole?
No, that's one thing I won't allow. I won't allow pizza casserole on the stream. Twisted Puppets screaming Nashville is in Middle Tennessee. Nashville is in Northwest Tennessee now. Don't fucking contradict me anymore. Frederick Little says, R.I.P. Ozzy Osbourne. Yes, we had an Ozzy chat early on in the show. Go back and watch it.
We really need a Ty or a Vic voice. Also, the damn TCPA keeps coming up. Much like Kurt's micropene, he finds the barely legal OnlyFans page.
Oh my God. We're up to 4 micropenes. Okay, back to this. This court has general personal jurisdiction over defendant Candace Owens LLC under Delaware law and the Due Process Clause of the United States Constitution because it is formed under Delaware law. Yes, exercising jurisdiction over defendant Candace Owens LLC would not offend traditional notions of fair play and substantial justice because it could have and should have reasonably foreseen being hailed into court in the state of Delaware, blah, blah, blah. Same thing with George Tom. It's the same stuff. You know, they just laid out first year civil procedure boilerplate into this, but the analysis is correct. They're from Delaware. You can haul them in. Hey, what's up, Rita? How you doing? Sorry, Rita, I don't know if you'll understand this stream because it's all in French. Factual allegations. President Macron rose to power in France, embodying a modern dynamic image of leadership that resonates with many citizens. That is suing a dumb lady for calling his wife a man. I can't get over it. Again, you're the head of a Western power, like a Western state that has a storied history of, global influence. And you're worried about what Candace Owens says about your wife's gender. Like, who cares? President Macron was born in December 21st, 1977. His wife was 25 years old at the time in Amiens, France, to Francois Noé, a physician, and Jean-Michel Macron, a neurologist. I said Michael. Jean-Michel Macron, a neurologist. Wait, which one is the man? I don't know. I guess Francois, right? Like, he's got to be the man. Wait, did that guy take his wife's last name? Or was there a divorce? Maybe there was a divorce. I don't know. Frederick Little says, need Bill Clinton and Mitch McConnell voices too. At present time, I don't think they're doing politician voices. Unfortunately. From an early age, he demonstrated intellectual curiosity and emotional sensitivity. No kidding. Nurtured in large part by his close bond with his maternal grandmother, Manette. Come on. No. You can't. The story is about a woman being called a man and his maternal grandmother is called Manette. A school teacher who introduced him to literature and progressive political ideals. That's the fucking problem, isn't it? But here's the crazy thing, right? Did he marry his grandmother? Manette? So he had a close bond with his maternal grandmother, Manette, who's a school teacher, just like Brigitte, and introduced him to literature and progressive ideals. And Brigitte introduced him to all sorts of stuff. President Macron attended La Providence, a Jesuit high school in Amiens, where he first met Brigitte Macron, a French and drama teacher. At the time, Mrs. Macron was an accomplished educator and mother of three. She no longer is, apparently. Right? At the time, she's accomplished editor or educator and mother of three. Has it changed? That's very weird. Their early interactions were centered around academic mentorship and a shared passion for literature and theater. In the United States, we would call this grooming. On the internet, we would call this grooming. And in the entire world, we would call this grooming. Where a 39-year-old teacher is grooming a 15-year-old minor over their shared passion for literature and theater under the guise of mentorship, and then will eventually marry him. On April 13th, 1953, in Amiens, France, Mrs. Macron was born Brigitte Trogneux, a woman. They keep saying it. They keep telling us that she's a woman, but they don't tell us that Macron is a man. She was the youngest of 6 children, a prominent chocolate-making family in Amiens. An image of her birth announcement and family photo featuring Mrs. Macron as a child is below. He looks kind of like a boy. Doesn't it? Kind of looks like a little boy sitting on this woman's lap. All right. So, Anne-Marie, Jean-Claude, Marivon, Monique et Jean-Michel Trogneux ont la grande joie de vous annoncer. They're very joyful at the announcement of the birth of their petite sister, Brigitte. That's what that says, roughly. Still got it. Can read some French. Okay, here we go. Allegan News says, Nick, did the girl you meet well on student exchange in France have a micropene? Wondering how common it is in France. I don't think so. I don't think so. I did not ever check. Allegan News says, Dr. Freud agrees he desires to date his grandmother. Yeah, I think so. I think that's what's going on there. What is happening? Mrs. Macron married her first husband, André Louis Ozier, in 1974 when she was 21. They had 3 children, Lawrence, Sebastien, and Tiffany. A photo from Mrs. Macron's and Mr. Ozier's wedding is below. Miss Macron can be found right here. That's Mrs. Macron. Mrs. Macron began her career teaching in Paris and Strasbourg before joining La Providence in the early 1990s. There, she taught French and directed the school's theater workshop. Wait, don't the French kids already know French? Through the school's theater program. Do the French? Okay, this is an interesting thing I never thought of. In America, we have the English language, but our literature and language classes, like literature, writing, all that stuff, they're generally summarized under the category of English classes. Like, I'm an English major. In France, did they call it French? Like, or is that just is that a language class, or is that encompassing the same thing? It never occurred to me. Like, I didn't think that other places called it English. I'm not dumb. But I figured they probably just called it literature or creative writing or, writing or rhetoric or whatever it is. Do they call it French? If you're taking French, that encompasses literature and creative writing in the French system. Okay, cool. They call it French. I never thought of it. It never even, I didn't have to ever think of this. Twisted Puppet says,
Tennessee has 3 regions, West, Middle, East. Nashville is located in Middle Tennessee.
Nope. It's now Northwest Tennessee. What do you keep doing this for? Stop it. Why would you move Nashville anywhere else? Principled Uncertainty says, are French Canadians as rude and pretentious as the actual French? From what I hear, they are, but I don't know. All right. Through the school's theater program, President Macron and Mrs. Macron formed a deeper intellectual connection. This is what every groomer says. It was their mind. We connected so well. During a school production of Jacques and His Master, President Macron played the lead role under Mrs. Macron's direction. So he was Jacques and she was her master. Probably still is. President Macron played the lead role under Mrs. Macron's direction. He later undertook an ambitious rewrite of another play, The Art of Comedy, to create roles for more students. Why are we talking about this moron's 15-year-old high school antics? Man, in high school, he totally rewrote this play to add more students in. Whoa. You mean he went through and he split the part, several parts into multiple other parts so that more people could play? Was that an ambitious rewrite? Or did he actually rewrite the play? And if he rewrote it, did it change the nature of it? I mean, this is a high schooler. I don't trust him to do anything. Mrs. Macron agreed to guide him, and the two began meeting regularly to collaborate on the project. At all times, the teacher-student relationship between Mrs. Macron and President Macron remained within the bounds of the law. Emphasis on the bounds. But when President Macron's parents became aware of his strong feelings for his teacher, they decided to transfer him to Lycée Henri IV in Paris. Mrs. Macron encouraged him to leave and was confident he would fall in love with a peer. Yet before his departure, he told her, "Whatever you do, I will marry you." Oh my God. Whatever you do, I will marry you. Would it be like that? Tout le monde doit être? I don't know how to say marry. Je suis. We know it'd be je vais être, marry you. President Macron completed his studies at Lycée Henri IV and went on to earn a degree in philosophy from Paris Nanterre University, where he published peer-reviewed papers on dating your grandparents, followed by a master's degree in public affairs from Sciences Po. He then attended the prestigious École Nationale d'Administration, which trains France's top civil servants. After graduating, he began his career as a finance inspector at the French Ministry of Economic and Finance. Over the years, President Macron and Mrs. Macron kept in touch, and their love deepened. In 2006, Mrs. Macron divorced her first husband. She's cheating on her husband with a student. That's cool, I guess. And in 2007, she married President Macron. See, I didn't realize she was still married during this. It makes it even Even worse. Let's see. Here we go. Their relationship has remained strong and supportive, marked by a deep intellectual partnership. So back to that intellectual partnership thing. In 2008, President Macron joined Rothschild and C. Bank as an investment banker where he achieved notable success. His net worth is like single-digit millions. I don't know if he achieved notable success. His public service career resumed in 2012 when he joined President Francois Hollande's administration as Deputy Chief of Staff and Economic Advisor. See, Deputy Chief of Staff. He has had experience with Mrs. Macron the whole time. Trained him in that. In 2014, he was appointed Minister of the Economy, where he implemented key economic reforms, later known as the Macron Law. JS says, how doesn't Pepe Le Pew not have a role in this saga? I don't know.
Props to Michael Obama for enduring the 17 years memes, dick jokes, topping Barry, and not Frenching out.
Topping Barry. Yeah, you got to give her props. Like that whole Michael Obama thing, man, she's taking it like a man. As Hollande's popularity declined amid economic difficulties and rising nationalism, why would that be? Does anyone want to guess as to why there was a French nationalist movement that happened to occur under Hollande? Maybe it was because they let in so many immigrants and then told all of the French citizens who were there, sorry, we don't actually care about you because we care about these people from other countries. Now, I'm not as a rule opposed to countries, governments allowing refugees into their countries, like, right? Like, I mean, there's times when it's appropriate and all that stuff. But when you let them in, and then when like your citizenry starts complaining, and there's like a rash of rapes that start happening all over your country, I think you like shouldn't be surprised by a rise in nationalism saying, hey, get these people out. Like, take care of your own fucking people. The French government, what they did to their own citizenry is baffling. I mean, they let a bunch of people come in and just start wrecking their shit and ruining their cities and their history. And they told their own people to fuck off.
I find the bullying of Macron equal to the witness intimidation of Brian Higgins.
There's no witness intimidation of Brian Higgins. So, so here we go. President Macron began distinguishing his platform from that of the sitting administration. He recognized the need for a new centrist movement to address the challenges of the moment. It's always a centrist movement, right? Like they always recognize, oh, centrism is good. It's like, okay. In 2016, he founded the political movement En Marche, which he described as a democratic revolution. Later that year, he resigned from his ministerial post and declared his candidacy for president. His campaign emphasized pro-European centrist policies and quickly gained national momentum. Mrs. Macron joined her husband on the campaign trail, acting as a central figure and key advisor to his campaign. Okay. I think Macron is in a completely submissive relationship to to Brigitte, right? That was probably developed during their, his formative years at the end of his education, in which she deeply connected with his intellect and kind of seems to have steered and counseled him the whole way through. So this does not surprise me at all that she's a central figure and key advisor. Following the first round of elections in April 2017, President Macron publicly credited Mrs. Macron for his success. No, actually, it wasn't me. It was my dad wife, saying, without her, I wouldn't be me. He went on to win the presidency in May of 2017. Upon assuming office, President Macron formally established an official unpaid role for the First Lady, In this capacity, Ms. Macron represents France in diplomatic settings, supports charitable causes, and engages in initiatives related to education, health, disability, and child protection. Her responsibilities... Wait, what? Her responsibilities are supported by an advisory cabinet and 2 presidential aides. Mrs. Macron is a strong, independent woman. Stop telling us. Stop telling us she's a strong, independent. They are diss-tracking Macron with their silence here. They've never once called him a man or said he has any spine or backbone. In fact, they're just talking to us about how Brigitte has basically run his life from the moment he was 15. Throughout her, who has consistently forged her own path. Throughout her life, she has refused to be confined by societal expectations or limited by traditional roles, like that of the man she was born as. As first man-woman of France, she has made deliberate, thoughtful choices rooted in conviction and purpose. Far from merely supporting her husband from the sidelines, Mrs. Macron has been an active and engaged partner, respected for her intellect, influence, and refusal to simply do as she is told. Well, it isn't her stunning good looks. That's for sure. Her life and work embody a commitment to education, civic engagement, and personal agency. Brigitte Macron is the target of a very vicious conspiracy crafted by those threatened by her influence. Okay. Allegan News says, within the law, age of consent laws in 1970s France was 15 years old. So I think that said they got it on. Age of consent laws aren't the only thing to think about in power dynamic relationships, particular teacher-student relationships. In the United States, for example, teacher-student relationships in some states, I believe, are still illegal even if the student is 18. Because they say there's a power dynamic shift that makes consent impossible, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The asterisk says this life story only needs mention of a smoking mime with Harry Pitts belligerently brandishing a baguette to be more uncharitably French. Doesn't exactly paint him as the modern Charlemagne. No, it's just ripping him down. It's so funny.
It's illegal to have your children paternity tested in France. This evidence shows France is a nation of corner chair sitters.
You're serious? It's illegal to have your child paternity tested? That's wild. Okay, around March of 2021, Natasha Ray, who describes herself as an independent journalist. If you're an independent journalist, you have to describe yourself that way because there's no one else to do it. You're independent. Principled Uncertainty says every French president either gets involved in a sex scandal or is convicted for corruption upon leaving office. This is a new one. There you go. Published on her now deleted Facebook profile false and defamatory claims alleging that Mrs. Macron is a transgender woman perpetuating identity theft. Or perpetrating identity theft. These baseless allegations initially failed to attract significant public attention, but that changed when Ray began working with Xavier Poussard. In May 2021, Poussard began publishing a multi-issue series entitled The Mystery of Brigitte Macron. That series recycled and expanded on numerous falsehoods, including the defamatory insinuations regarding Mrs. Macron's alleged biological sex, allegations later amplified and expanded on by Owens. In September 2021, Ray collaborated with Poussard to co-author a publication in Faits et Documents, a fringe magazine reportedly influential within far-right circles in France. Faits et Documents was founded in 1996 by Emmanuel Rotier, a known figure of the French far-right. On December 10th, 2021, Ray appeared on the YouTube channel of Amandine Roy, a self-described spiritual medium. Roy conducted a 4-hour interview with Ray, during which Ray reiterated the defamatory claims that Mrs. Macron was in fact born as a male named Jean-Michel Trogneux, which is the actual name of Mrs. Macron's brother, who stole the identity of Brigitte Trogneux. They also claim that Mrs. Macron's first husband never existed and that she did not carry her 3 children. The video quickly went viral, amassing more than 450,000 views before it was removed by YouTube. In December 2021, the hashtag Jean-Michel Trogneux began trending on X. At the time of the post, X was known as Twitter, with users pointing to the fact that there are few public photos of Mrs. Macron from her youth. They hadn't invented the camera yet. You can't hold that against her. And that she often hides her neck as proof she's transgender. No, it's fine. No, I'm a woman. Yeah, it's cool. Don't worry about it. From that point forward, the false narrative was amplified by prominent far-right influencers in France. This is so funny. What Adam's apple? In September 2024, a French court held that Ray and Roy defamed Mrs. Macron for spreading false rumors that Mrs. Macron was born Jean-Michel Trogneux and later stole the identity of Brigitte Trogneux. The defamation suit confirmed that Ray's and Roy's claims that all documents related to Mrs. Macron's birth, marriage, divorce, and childbearing were forged to conceal her actual sex were false. Jean-Michel participated in the trial. Ray and Roy were fined 500 euros and ordered to pay 8,000 euros to Mrs. Macron and 5,000 euros to her brother in civil damages. That's it? That's all? Holy shit. An interim appellate court overturned the judgment. Wait, what? On July 10th, 2025. No, wait, they appealed and they won? And the case is now on appeal to France's highest court, the Court of Cassation. Importantly, the appellate court did not overturn the judgment on the basis that the statements were true, but on other grounds. What other grounds? Ms. Macron firmly believes that all the statements included in that proceeding are false and defamatory, and that the highest court will uphold her claims. Why are they bringing this now? Why are they bringing this now? So a crucial factor in all this is that Candace Owens is supposed to trust that the French court was correct, but the French court got overturned this year. So maybe she had reason to not believe that the French court was correct. Holy shit. After multiple victories against Ray and Roy at home in France, the Macrons thought these false claims had been put to bed. But as discussed below, Owens turned this flame into a fire. But you didn't win. You didn't win. They overturned it. You have to try and win now. Owens is a far-right conspiracy theorist who thrives on making outrageous claims, prioritizing shock value and follower growth over truth or responsible discourse. Take your responsible discourse, shove it up your ass, pull it out your mouth, and then eat it. What the fuck? Go away. I'm so fucking tired of these other countries talking about American freedom and then saying like, oh, well, that you need to have responsible discourse. No, we don't. No, we don't. We're irresponsible and brash and brazen. And sometimes we get shit wrong. Fuck you. You don't get to sue everybody you don't like. Owens did not always espouse extreme right-wing ideals. She was born in White Plains, New York, and raised in Stamford, Connecticut. Owens graduated from Stamford High School and attended, not Stanford, Stamford, and attended the University of Rhode Island before leaving due to financial issues. Following her departure from university, Owens completed an internship at Vogue magazine and was later hired as an administrative assistant at a private equity firm in New York in 2015. So we're going to find out, like, Candace Owens' backstory is kind of crazy. Because she went through like the lefty to far right pipeline, if I remember right. In 2015, she left the financial sector. Oh, excuse me. to start a marketing agency called Degree 180. Degree 180's website featured a blog that gained notoriety for publishing progressive, anti-conservative, and anti-Trump content, the exact opposite of her current views. That's true. She got red-pilled. That all changed in 2016 when Owens launched socialautopsy.com, a website that aimed to expose individuals responsible for online harassment by publishing their identities. I mean, this is amazing. This is amazing. Candace Owens rose to prominence by promoting a doxing website that was going to go after right-wing people. Like, that was the whole point. The project was widely condemned across the political spectrum. Was it? With both conservative and progressive voices expressing concerns over privacy and potential misuse. No, there's none of that. In retaliation, critics shared Owens' personal information online. Owens attributed the widespread criticism and retaliation efforts to two progressives who had attempted to convince Owens to abandon the project. While Owens was being criticized by those who purportedly shared her beliefs, she received support from prominent figures associated with the far right. Owens publicly stated that this was the catalyst for her ideological shift, remarking, "I became conservative overnight." Yes, I mean, we've established that Candace Owens is a fame and fortune-seeking grifter. Like, that's probably the most correct thing in the entire complaint. Yeah. She's like, wait, money's over here? I'm there. In late 2016, she began expressing support for Donald Trump's presidential run. By 2017, Owens had completely flipped political sides, aggressively ramping up her online criticism of liberal ideology and policies through her YouTube channel. She further amplified her voice and newfound point of view to young conservatives through her role as communications director of Turning Point USA, TPUSA, a nonprofit organization that advocates for conservative ideals on high school and college campuses nationwide. In 2019, Owens founded the Blexit movement, which encourages Black Americans to leave the Democratic Party. The same year, she launched The Candace Owens Show, a podcast on YouTube where she interviewed conservative figures. In August 2019, she married George Farmer, a British citizen and the son of Lord Michael Farmer, a former treasurer of the Conservative Party. When the couple met in December 2018, George Farmer was chairman of Turning Point UK and later became CEO of Parler, a far-right social media platform. How'd that turn out, Farmer? As her visibility grew, Owens also became involved in French far-right politics. She was invited to be the headline speaker at the Convention de la Droite in Paris in September 2019. The convention was organized by associates of Marion Marshall, the niece of Marine Le Pen, President Macron's political adversary. During her speech, Owens criticized President Macron, calling him a weak leader. Shortly after the event, Owens tagged Marshall in a comment on an X post showing a video of the two speaking. Quote, "In the near future, there will be a deeper alliance between France and the United States. Thank you, Marion Marshall, for widening my understanding of the challenges faced by France today." Marshall replied favorably, thanking Owens for her courage. Owens' criticism of President Macron continued and increased after the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. Wow. Over the years, Owens' network has included prominent conservative figures known for extreme or conspiratorial rhetoric, such as Charlie Kirk, Alex Jones, Nigel Farage, and even Kanye West. During Paris Fashion Week in the fall of 2022, Owens appeared with West wearing controversial White Lives Matter t-shirts, a slogan condemned by civil rights groups as a white supremacist response to the Black Lives Matter movement. Yeah, they got you. Two black celebrities wearing White Lives Matter was funny. It's funny. And they knew that you guys would be like, that's white supremacist shit. They knew it. They got you. They got you. West posted a photo of him and Owens wearing the shirts with the caption, "Everyone knows that Black Lives Matter was a scam. Now it's over. You're welcome." Around this time, West announced plans to buy Parler, Farmer's company. The deal collapsed shortly after Adidas ended its contract with West for making anti-Semitic comments. In 2021, Owens joined the Daily Wire, where she hosted her talk show Candace Owens until her departure in 2024. Owens left the Daily Wire in March 2024 following public clashes with co-founder Ben Shapiro over her increasingly anti-Semitic rhetoric. In the wake of the October 7th Hamas attacks on Israel, Owens voiced strong pro-Palestinian and anti-Israel sentiments. Her commentary escalated from political criticism to overt anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. On her talk show, Owens alleged that her secret Jewish gangs commit horrific things in Hollywood. We're going to get them. We're going to get them. And on social media, she repeated the long debunked blood libel myth that Jewish people drink the blood of Christian children. These comments justifiably received widespread condemnation. We know that Jews don't do that. They only drink the blood of Jewish children. That was a joke. I'm just kidding. I don't know whose blood Jews actually drink. I haven't figured it out. Allie with a $50 super tip. Thank you so much.
Wanted to thank you for getting me through some dark times over the last few months. Your Karen Reed coverage was fun, and it's great to see you getting back to streaming.
Because of the bullshit with Karen Reed and Murdaugh, I'm going back to college to finish the last year of my English degree and then on to law school. Thank you for the inspiration.
Please, more Kirk content. His voice makes me ache for his micropene in my cannoli.
No, God, that was disgusting. Why would you end it that way? No. Why would you say that? Why would you ever say anything like that? Look, you're going to go finish school. That'll be awesome. Do it. If that's what you want to do, do it. Don't blame me for you being a lawyer. I don't want that heat. I don't want that at all. Okay, back to this. These comments justifiably received widespread condemnation. Following her departure, see, I hate this part of the law. They're telling us why Candace Owens is a bad lady, as if it has anything to fucking do with the comments she's making now. I know people will say, "Oh, she has a history of saying outlandish and outrageous things," but you can say outlandish and outrageous things. It doesn't matter if you say other things in a particular way. It matters if what you say now that's in question is defamatory. That's the thing that matters. And so this is bloat. This is bloat. All right. I'm going to have to go get another drink soon. I drank my drinks. Now I'm thirsty. All right. Following her departure from the Daily Wire, Owens did not slow down. In fact, she seized the opportunity to become even more extreme. Yes, she went independent. She needed to attract a lot of attention. Like you said, she was trying to build fame, build a platform, recover from losing a massive contract in a really dumb way. Although maybe it's good for her. I don't know. In June 2024, she independently relaunched her talk show under the name Candace on YouTube. In September, she posted an interview with Kanye West, during which both claimed that Jewish people control the media. I love how everyone who says Jewish people control the media gets fucking shut down like so fast. No, they don't. Let's prove it by getting you out of the media. Oh, you're right. Jews don't have anything to do with it, I guess. Grizzly Wizzly, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Whoa, thank you. 10 gifted memberships. Everybody who gets a membership, make sure you say thanks. It's really cool of someone to come in and do that. Island says it's been a wretched week and the hits keep coming. Good to have you sober and streaming. Helps make things bearable. Thanks for your hard work. No, you're welcome. You're welcome. It's good to be here sober and streaming.
Nick, stop it. You keep making more lawyers and lawyer YouTubers, but you still have yet to depose the state of Minnesota in your trial.
That's right. Who is the plaintiff? Are they in the room with us now? Is the state of Minnesota in the room with us now? Wait a minute. I just realized something. So the meme, like, are they in the room with us now? Right? Like, holy shit. Daryl Brooks was years ago, and we said, is the state of Wisconsin in the room with us now? In the courtroom with you now, right? Like, did we like pre-invent that? Holy shit. Like, I didn't even think about that. That's amazing. Okay, here we go. Okay, so they said, both of them claim that Jewish people control the media. Take the conspiracy out of that and just objectively look at the majority of ownership and executive positions in major media companies, and it's populated pretty heavily by Jewish individuals. Does that mean there's a vast Jewish conspiracy to run the media? No. I mean, it could just be that there just happen to be a lot of Jews who, for whatever reason, are in media because of a whole bunch of crazy circumstances. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure how it happened. Is it probably because of a vast conspiracy to have Jews run the media? Yes. It probably is. But it doesn't have to be. It's not necessary. But you can make the statement that you could say, Jews run the media. And that doesn't have to be a hateful conspiracy theory. Like, there are ways to say it that are hateful. And surely you can pepper it with anti-Semitism or whatever. But it's also just kind of like Jews disproportionately represented at high level positions in all media. They just are. YouTube removed the video and suspended and demonetized her channel for violating hate speech policies. Despite this, Owens persisted in promoting conspiracy theories, including calling Nazi medical experimentation on Jewish people during the Holocaust bizarre propaganda. What does this have to do with Brigitte being a man? These actions led the Australian government to deny her a visa in 2025, citing a risk that her presence could incite discord, and concluding that Australia's national interest is best served when Candace Owens is somewhere else. That's true of every nation. Despite the inflammatory and just kidding. No, I'm not. I don't really care for her. Like, I don't care to have her around. But I'm not going to stop her. Like, I'm not going to oppose her. And I back her up on this. Stupid Macron. Why would you do this to me? Despite the inflammatory and demonstrably false nature of many of her public statements, Owens' audience has continued to grow. Go figure. Americans believe stuff. As of July 2025, or they like being entertained and they find her entertaining, informative on the things that they want to learn about. As of July 2025, Owens has over 4.47 million subscribers on YouTube, and her videos have garnered millions of views. She has 6.9 million followers on X. All right. We're on page 20 of 219. This is going to take a while. Like, this is going to take a couple streams, I think. We're not going to get through Candace Owens tonight. Like, we're on page 20 of 219. Here's what I need to do. I need to go to the restroom real quick and grab another beverage. All right. So enjoy the extended peeing song. I'll be back. I'm probably going to stop it because hopefully I'll be back before it's done. But I'll see you guys in just a minute.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us You're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, so drink some when the stream is over. When you have small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Soaking your drawers. He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited. What you have for us when your feeling is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor.
I'm back. Sorry. Took a minute. Here we go.
I will sue anyone who mentions my beloved Troon.
Sounds like someone I know. All right, here we go. We're going to read a couple more pages of this, and then we may switch gears. And then we'll revisit this in a series of streams as we go, or I'll do a super stream in like the middle of the day. I just don't know when I don't know exactly when I could do that. But here we go. Oh, holy crap, it's my anniversary. Hold on. Let me message Lady Raggeds. I think she's asleep. Just in case. All right, so Owens repeats the outlandish claim that Brigitte Macron was born a man on the Daily Wire precisely because she knew its shock value would boost her visibility. Yes. Bush McFadden, Kurt did a beef Wellington. It's 3 hours long. I can't do that. It has to be the right thing. It has to be the right thing. In March 2024, just prior to her departure from the Daily Wire, Owens began promoting the false claim that Mrs. Macron was born a man. On March 11th, 2024, Owens published an episode of the Daily Wire podcast, Candace Owens, titled "Insane. This is the biggest political scandal in human history." Okay. Like that title alone lacks any credibility. Like there are bigger political scandals than Brigitte Macron being a man. Like Michelle Obama being a man is a bigger political scandal than Brigitte Macron being a man. Barack Obama being a man is a bigger political scandal than than Brigitte Macron, which reported on the Brigitte Macron conspiracy theory that was making its way through the courts in France. Owens was the first to bring this theory to the U.S. media and to a global audience. Here's the thing. It's Macron's fault, right? Like the only reason anybody gives this any credibility is because he started suing people. The moment he sues people, the moment you're like, because everything that gets said about a foreign lead, like foreign leader, a head of state of any country, of all the shit they get accused of all the time, they get accused of like murder, rape, incest, pedophilia. They get accused of everything. And they don't say a word about it. They don't do anything. And then you're like, your wife's a man, bro. I will fucking sue you. I will sue you. I'll sue you, mother. I'll sue you into the fucking jail. Like, could you imagine if you had like a French Muppet rage screaming session at Candace Owens? Did she record that? Well, I don't know if they contacted her by phone. They just said they personally reached out. God, you would want to record that so much. Owens was the first to bring this story to the U.S. media and to a global audience. That's not possible. Owens isn't in France. So someone brought it to a global audience that Owens saw. Owens was the global audience first, so that's not true. That same day, defendants announced the video in an X post, repeating that it is the biggest scandal that's ever happened in politics in human history. Right. Hyperbole. Just put that as the defense. Just put that as the defense. This is Candace Owens' show is based on rhetorical hyperbole. And it's obvious because she saying that this person being a man at birth and then secretly transitioning to a woman and running a false identity would be the biggest scandal that has ever happened in politics in human history. All of it. No, let me just point you to Rome. Trust me, there were bigger scandals. That's an idiotic claim. But hey, it's a great, it's great clickbait. So here we go. Barring political assassinations, this is likely the biggest scandal that has ever happened in politics in human history. I mean, she didn't say what they said. They took out barring assassinations and likely. Those two things changed the whole fucking sentence. Like, what are we doing here? Owens claims she learned about this theory from a 2021 debunking story published on Daily Mail. That's Paul Bracci and Peter Allen. The proof of France's first lady wasn't born a man, nor was the president. Owens falsely claimed the article was recent, despite it being published more than 3 years ago, likely to make it appear that she just happened upon the story, rather than searching for a salacious conspiracy to increase viewership. Shockingly, Owens claimed there was no debunking whatsoever, but that is false. The article included multiple photos of Mrs. Macron as a child and informed that separate journalists met both Mrs. Macron's brother, Jean-Michel, and Mrs. Macron's late ex-husband, André-Louis Ozier. Owens admitted these facts. The next day, Owens followed up with another defamatory X post. That's legal conclusion, stating that she would stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. This is interesting. That's a really interesting defamatory statement, right? Are you guys with me on that? So the statement is she would stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. That first part of the sentence makes it kind of complicated. If she just said, Brigitte Macron is in fact a man, that's more straightforward, right? That's a statement of fact. Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. Statement of fact. If it's false, causes damage. third part, it's about an identifiable person made to one or more third parties. You have the elements of defamation, assuming you get to the actual malice part of it because she's a public figure. Actual malice is tough. And then does it cause damage? Okay. But when you say not that she is a man, but that you would stake your entire professional reputation on the fact that she's a man. Are you making the claim? Like again, and I know like we're getting pedantic and very lawyerly here, but this is really important. Does that say that Brigitte Macron is a man, or does it say that she would stake her reputation on the manhood of Brigitte Macron? Those are different things. The word fact is not as much of a problem as you think. If you take out the word fact, you just say Brigitte Macron is a man, it's still a statement of fact. Unless the context makes it not a statement of fact, like some other thing would have to do it. But man, that first part of it, what is the claim of the statement? Is the claim that she's a man, or is the claim that she would stake her reputation on the fact that Brigitte is a man? I don't know the answer to this. I don't think it's that simple of a question. I think it's a complicated question. Because if her statement is actually about staking her reputation on something that is in fact false, that's not making the claim that there's a truth there. Do you follow? Like if I say, I would stake my entire professional reputation on the fact that Obama is born in Kenya. Obama being born in Kenya just preserves my reputation or whatever. But Obama being born anywhere other than Kenya, like all I'm doing is telling people to not give me any credibility for my professional reputation. That's tough. That's tough. I don't know what to do with that. That bothers me now. I don't think that's overtly defamatory. I want to talk to like Randazza or Ron Coleman about it. And that's a tough one. All right. Candace Owens says this episode is blowing up. So I just want to say, after looking into this, I would stake my entire reputation, my entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. So after looking into this, I would stake my entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. Any journalist or publication that is trying to dismiss this plausibility is immediately identifiable as establishment. I have never seen anything like this in my life. The implications here are terrifying. I do not intend to let up on this story. I'm calling on other journalists to look into this explosive story and report accordingly. Man, that is a complex statement. That whole statement is not simple. Okay, so she says, after looking into this, I would stake my entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. But then you look to the rest. Okay, so in context, like, does it give the defamatory purpose or nature of the statement? Not really, though. You see, you can say any journalist or publication that is trying to dismiss this plausibility is immediately identifiable as establishment. So she's there criticizing the journalist or publication. She's free to have that opinion about them, saying they're identifiable as establishment. She's saying the establishment is all denying this. All right. But it's dismissing this plausibility. It's a fact up here, but it's a plausibility down here. I don't know, man. I don't know if this is defamatory or not, actually. On March 13th, 2024, Owens released another episode of Candace Owens titled Media Meltdown, France's First Lady Exposed, repeating and expanding on her false claims. From the start, Owens could not keep her story straight. For example, on Owens' March 21, 2024 appearance on the nationally syndicated radio show, The Breakfast Club radio show, she said that the Macrons tried to sell to the press a fake photo, which got debunked. It was actually Jean-Michael's daughter. She has never repeated this claim because it's demonstrably false. Okay, so maybe she learned that it was false and never repeated it.
Half a peen. Philosophically must, ipso facto, half not be. But half the peen has got to be a vis-a-vis its entity. You see? But can a peen be said to be or not to be an entire peen when half the peen...
When half the peen what? Where's the rest? What's the rest of it? I don't know. Where's that? When half the peen? All right. After Owens was dismissed from the Daily Wire on March 22, 2024, the outlet did the right thing and immediately removed Owens' March 11th and 13 episodes, but each remains available online on other platforms. Fired from the Daily Wire and faced with clear evidence debunking her claim, Owens continues to push the conspiracy. Now, from her own podcast. Despite the extensive and publicly available evidence confirming the truth about the Macrons' identities and history, Owens persisted in spreading her false and defamatory allegations. Even after her termination from the Daily Wire, reportedly due in part to her repeated dissemination of baseless conspiracy theories, Owens showed no sign of retracting or tempering her allegations. She continued promoting her preconceived narrative, undeterred by professional consequences or contradictory facts. Okay. Defendants launched Owens' independent podcast titled Candace on June 10th, 2024. Knowing her false claims about the Macrons had caught fire in March, Owens seized the moment, recycling them starting the very day she premiered Candace. Defendants took to X, declaring Mrs. Macron was a man. Fueled by sensationalist claims, the show quickly gained attention, earning the second spot on Edison Research's list of top new podcasts for 2024. Okay. Seriously, what the fuck is Emmanuel Macron married to? And then Candace Owens replies, a man, or reposts and says, a man. I don't know what's happening over here. Like that's big wig energy. Don't know what's going on. No bulge check on this one because there's a gay jacket for that gay man. On June 12, 2024, Owens appeared on Piers Morgan Uncensored to push more false and defamatory claims about the Macrons. Claims even Piers Morgan, known for his provocative style, dismissed as absurd. Owens doubled down the next day by republishing clips from the interview, repeating her false allegations on the June 13th episode of Candace. Recognizing that her false claims about the Macrons were drawing significant attention, Owens escalated further. On June 17th, 2024, defendants released an episode titled, So, is Bridget Macron a man? To repeat the discredited allegations from Owens' March episodes that had since been deleted by the Daily Wire. Seeking to drive traffic to her new venture and expand her claims, Owens opened by warning that the Macrons were going to come for her life. She then repeated the categorically false claim that the Macrons had deployed the Secret Service to intimidate and detain journalists to hide the truth of Mrs. Macron's transition and identity theft. Wait, how would the Macrons deploy the Secret Service? That seems like a weird one. Finally, she linked these allegations to a broader, equally baseless conspiracy theory that the world is being run by a gang of satanic pedophiles masquerading as Jewish people. Well, at least it's not the Jews. It's just people pretending to be Jews. Projecting. Oh, Owens claimed the Macrons were not behaving in ways one does when you are telling the truth. She claimed there are no photos from the first 30 years of Mrs. Macron's life, but contradicting herself just moments later by admitting that photos of young Mrs. Macron had been released. She just does not believe they are real. Okay. All right. So she doesn't believe the photos are real. The clicks kept coming. So Owens kept going. Well, that's what you do when they keep coming, is you keep going. I don't know why this is confusing. Seizing every opportunity to promote her salacious claims, defendants released another episode mentioning the conspiracy on June 26, 2024. On July 1st, 2024, Owens repeated her false claims in an episode encouraging viewers to reject scientific findings in favor of following their gut. On July 7th, Owens presented these false claims on The Jimmy Dore Show. Jimmy Dore is a stand-up comedian turned political commentator who regularly promotes conspiracy theories. Defendants went so far as to create and sell merchandise to promote these claims. On July 8th, 2024, defendants posted a photo on X of Owens in a t-shirt showcasing a fake Time Magazine Man of the Year cover featuring Mrs. Macron. The shirt sold out. That's a good shirt. It's a good shirt. There it is. I'm calling it now. Time Man of the Year. Clubcandace.com. And then here we go. Man of the Year. Brigitte Macron. All right. That's a good shirt. Some people make good stuff. Owens went so far as to claim the 2024 Olympic opening ceremony, a tribute to Greek mythology, was designed to honor Brigitte Macron because she's transgender. That's funny. This claim is not only absurd, but self-defeating. Owens also insists Mrs. Macron's biological sex is a state secret, making such a tribute impossible, even by her own logic. Yeah, because that paragraph is so fucking stupid. I can't comprehend it. Randazza, I'm pissed off at you because he said that these lawyers knew what they were doing. That paragraph is some bullshit. So wait, they hide a secret message designed to honor Brigitte Macron because of the transgender thing, right? Like, so they hide it in plain view. It's like, no, if it was a state secret. Oh wait, this is an American company, but American law firm or whatever. If it was a state secret, then yeah, why would they do that? But they didn't announce that that's what it was. That's what she concluded it was. She figured it out because she knows the code. Yeah, it's impossible by her own logic. No, it isn't. Like this is not self-defeating. I don't know if you know what self-defeating is, you fucking dummy. She then escalated her rhetoric, falsely alleging that the Macrons are part of a very small group of elite oligarchs who routinely practice homosexuality and pedophilia, believe in Baphomet, and worship a transgender deity. Why can't I believe this stuff? It's so funny. I wish I could. I really wish I could, like... People are always like, oh, do you like following this conspiracy theory thing? I'm like, no, I can't get into them, but God, they're so great. There's a very small group of elite oligarchs who routinely practice homosexuality, and they're glad to add 2 men to their ranks. 2 French guys. Whoa, this homosex party just got off the fucking hook. Holy shit. They worship a transgender deity that controls the world. Baphomet is a satanic figure depicted as a winged hermaphrodite with a torch between his horns and a pentagram on his forehead, from James Morgan decoding the symbols on Satan's statue. Wait a minute. Hermaphrodites aren't transgender. Wait, but they believe in Baphomet and worship a transgender deity. Who's a trans deity? Fuck. This is yet another baseless, inherently implausible claim contradicted by public evidence and common sense. Wait. No. Again, why are they write it this way? This claim, you can say it's absurd or whatever, but it's not inherently implausible that there is a group of elite oligarchs who routinely practice homosexuality. I promise you there's a group of elite oligarchs who routinely practice homosexuality. That definitely happens. 100%. There is nothing like, there's no doubt in my mind that there's a group of elite oligarchs who routinely practice homosexuality. Have you met Russia? Like, are you serious? Those dudes are digging. Those dudes are. Those dudes are digging for oil in Ass Alley all day. And pedophilia, I believe this 100%. We know there was a group of elite oligarchs who routinely practice pedophilia because we know of Jeffrey Epstein. We know that happens. We don't necessarily know that the Macrons are somehow involved in this. We don't know that, but we know that it happens. But it's contradicted by public evidence and common sense. Okay, yes. Here's the thing. The contradiction by public evidence and common sense would be how the group of elite oligarchs would hide their transgender, pedophilic, homosex parties, right? What they would do, like if you're an elite oligarch with other elite oligarchs and you're in a circle of dick and butts, right? Like you're doing a dick and butt circle and you're like, hey, we have to hide all this. Then what you do is present public evidence to the contrary. And you would say that the common sense would dictate that, of course, this isn't happening. But common sense dictates that there are elite oligarchs engaged in exactly that because we know that that's happened. And it's not like that's new. This is the other thing. Elite oligarchs practicing sexually extreme or aberrant behaviors, not necessarily homosexuality and pedophilia in all of them, but in many of them, go back, way back to the origins of government themselves, to the Greeks, to the Romans, Caligula, right? Like Caligula existed. We know that this shit happens amongst the elites consistently. Nero was like the first homosexual head of state. While homosexuality was illegal in Rome, Nero comes out and he's like, I'm banging dudes left and right. I think it was Nero. But we know that this is real. Like, this has always been real. It's a problem with giving people lots of power and lots of coverage from law. The ability to remove themselves further and further from society due to either their office, their money, their power, their status, whatever it is, drives people to the edges of the human experience. Because if they believe they're not able to be punished or caught or held accountable for their actions, then their actions largely increase in extremity as they pursue dopamine in one way or another. But the intoxicating effect of removing yourself from the law or society or the rules of others has caught every single powerful entity, organization, or group of people into scandals in all of history, all of them. You go just down to the education system, where the public school system gives so much access to children and so much protection for teachers, and we find rampant abuse of children occurs. Same thing, the Catholic Church got caught in this scandal, but the Catholic Church is not unique. In fact, I mean, you find similar levels of this type of stuff going on in any established, powerful, rich entity full of powerful, established, rich people who can remove themselves from the eyes of the law. When you can remove yourself from the eyes of the law, you do stuff at a more and more extreme level. Look at Hollywood. Look at celebrities. Look at politicians. While I was doing drugs, I heard about U.S. attorneys who people I know had met that have really terrific drug stories, guys. Like this, I can't express enough like how frustrating this paragraph is, because this happened. So all Candace is doing is saying the Macrons participate in this. The only thing that goes against it to me is how the Macrons aren't that rich. Principled Uncertainty says, do not forget the video filmed by early Alex Jones and John Ronson, left-wing writer of the elites worshiping Moloch, as a prank, bro. Yeah, I didn't ever. I feel like I've seen it, but I remember. I remember the story. Allegan News says defamation case can be solved with a DNA swab. People won't believe it. Like, the only thing I'll defend the Macrons on here is if they DNA swab her and they release test results, the people who believe that she's a man will just say they were fake.
Why can't Candace talk about the fact transgender reptilians prevent our souls from reaching heaven because of their base on the moon?
Can I get some brother butter?
No.
I don't know. I don't know why she can't do that. Okay. Owens bolstered this claim by reposting on X a takedown of the opening ceremony and Mrs. Macron by another provocative figure, Archbishop Vigano, who had just been excommunicated from the Catholic Church. Yet again, searching for the most controversial spin, Owens posted on X that Brigitte Macron is a transvestite, calling it a demonic state secret. The transvestites are very different than transgendered people. And falsely claiming that Mrs. Macron is a rapist. Is it a false claim? If Owens believed that Macron had sex with a 15-year-old student, that Brigitte had sex with a 15-year-old student, and she calls that person a rapist, in the United States, we would call that person a, statutory rapist. They raped under a statute. Whether or not it was consensual becomes irrelevant, because the statute itself classifies that automatically as rape because of the minor's incapacity to consent. Now, someone said at the time that they met that the age of consent in France was 15. That doesn't. The only thing that surprised me about that is that it was as high as 15 at that time. But still, people now can disagree with that age of consent and consider it rape in the same way that we would consider it rape in the United States. For a 39-year-old to have sex with a 15-year-old. That would be, I think in every state in the United States, that would now be considered rape. So you can call her a rapist. Owens used a conspicuous tag, Christ is King, to garner even more attention. Continuing to capitalize on the attention of sensational figures and known liars, Owens published a post by Alex Jones, a notorious, did she retweet it? Is that what happened? A notorious defamer who owes $1.5 billion to the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims for his malicious lies and repeated her false allegations. Wait, her? Okay. So Candace Owens published a post by Alex Jones and repeated her false allegations. So here we go. Let's see. Unreal. Okay, so I can't. The post by Alex Jones says the man on the left is a man, and he has been dating Macron since he was 14. And Candace Owens says Brigitte Macron was born Jean Michael Trogno. He lived as a man for about 30 years before transitioning to Brigitte. While he lived as a man, he fathered 3 children. He statutorily raped his young student and the future president of France, Emmanuel Macron. Hashtag Christ is King. That's what it says. So again, statutory rape is what she's talking about. They said rape. Those are and aren't different, but it doesn't matter. It may be false, though, because France may not have had a statute against it. Yet again, aligning with the most controversial figures, defendants brought on Andrew Tate, a self-proclaimed misogynist charged with rape and human trafficking. Owens proved that no amount of credible evidence would convince her to abandon her preconceived narrative when she platformed Tate's claim that the French election was rigged like the 2020 U.S. election. Owens went further. Oh, wait. So down here we have this fake news has also been debunked. U.S. Dominion Inc. versus Fox News Network. The evidence developed in this civil proceeding demonstrates that it is crystal clear none of the statements relating to Dominion about the 2020 election are true. Is from a judge's opinion in the Dominion versus Fox News case. Very good. Owens went further, claiming that the Macrons are being blackmailed and they are being selected for these positions. She dismissed all critics by saying the Matrix is targeting her for exposing the supposed homosexuality and pedophilia taking place in the world. She's like, I'm out here exposing the homos and the pedos. The world doesn't know homos and pedos are around. They've never heard of them before. Not until Candace Owens showed up. That's fucking great. On August 30th, Owens interviewed Poussard, the publisher of the defamatory Faits et Documents series on Mrs. Macron. Poussard became Owens's primary source, quite possibly her only source for her future reporting. They've got a problem here. They've got a huge problem. The problem is Candace Owens is a journalist. All right. So the fifth element of defamation that comes in is with the requisite degree of fault. For most plaintiffs who are not public figures, the question is, did the defendant publish the statement negligently? But when the plaintiff is a public figure, like the Macrons, undeniably a public figure, undeniably the French president's wife is a public figure. There is no way around it, especially because she holds the position of first lady, first man lady, first lady man, whatever. She holds that position. It's a public office. So undeniably a public figure. The level of fault required is actual malice, which is a reckless disregard for the truth or knowledge of the falsity. Poussard may be incorrect. His statements may be defamatory. But if you're making the claim that Owens' primary source and only source for her future reporting is Poussard, Now what you've done is you've established that Owens may actually believe what she's posting is true because it comes from a source. Now, the Macrons deny what Poussard says. They won a defamation case, even though they just said it's been overturned, and it was against 2 other people. It wasn't against him, according to their own footnote. So now you've said that Candace Owens is listening to this person, her only source, not the 2 that you won defamation claims against. You just punted them out. And you said Candace Owens' potentially only source is Poussard, who I don't believe they mentioned that they've successfully sued, even though they kind of glossed over that they had successfully sued them until it got overturned by an appeal. But either way, if she believes the statement of that guy, where's the knowledge of the falsity? And where's the reckless disregard for the truth? It's not disregard for the truth just because one person says it is and you say, no, it's not. By saying that it's possibly her only source, they've stepped into their own trap. All right. So reckless disregard in regards to news reporting organizations has another sort of way of showing it. So you've got knowledge of the falsity, reckless disregard for the truth. So what does reckless disregard for the truth look like in reporting? A reckless disregard for the truth would mean that you do not follow any standards that you may have in reporting other instances, incidents, stories, whatever. So the question is not, did Candace Owens sufficiently investigate this? The question is, did Candace Owens investigate it to the standard that she would investigate anything else? Because if she does that, she's not recklessly disregarding the truth necessarily. By saying she's a citizen journalist with one primary source, they would have to show that she routinely uses multiple sources, that she routinely goes beyond her research in this. They may have stepped on a giant fucking rake with this one.
The only huge problem is in Brigitte's pants. Allegedly.
No, I mean, this. I mean, I'm just going to flat out say it. Putting this in there might be fatal to the claim entirely. In the interview, Owens and Poussard agreed that the Macrons are perpetrating fraud regarding Miss Macron's identity and that President Macron's political independence and integrity. They further claim that Mrs. Macron's nephew resembles President Macron and inferred that the Macrons' relationship was incestuous. They inferred it. Okay. That doesn't work. Poussard directly accused Mrs. Macron of abuse of a minor. Poussard did. Impersonation and identity theft. Owens endorsed, adopted, and expanded on those claims, just like Macron adopted her children. Linking them to her broader conspiracy theory involving an extensive network of satanic pedophiles. Look, we're out here. We're just dancing around in the woods, and we've got these satanic pedophiles. They've got a bonfire. We've got a bonfire. Ours is a little bit bigger, but theirs is more noticeable. I notice a lot of politicians in the crowd. I'm just saying we're staying away from them, but we are keeping our eyes on them. Keep the children away. Principled uncertainty says the Alex Jones footage of the elites mock worshiping the child burning god Moloch in robes shouldn't be dismissed. It's real. And they said it was mocking the idea that they were of what we think for laughs in secret. Right. No, I know. I believe me, I'm not dismissing it. I'm just saying, like, I remember seeing it. I remember seeing about it. I'm not dismissing it. What's up? Jim Tells You has rated the channel. Thank you, Jim, for showing up and bringing some viewers over. Really appreciate that. TX47 says, but the French presidential election was rigged by a court removing the most popular competing candidate from running in elections. Le Pen, Marianne Le Pen. Amazing how that happened, right? So here we go. I don't know why the phrase satanic pedophiles makes me laugh. Here we go. Every time Owens faced consequences for repeating these outrageous allegations, she refused to take responsibility, instead cast herself as the victim and blamed others. For example, on September 11th, hashtag never forget, 2024, defendants embedded the August 30th episode of an X post claiming that YouTube removed the video for exposing the media's complicity in covering up pedophilia, when the truth is that Owens did not abide by YouTube's content moderation policies, which are designed to guard against misinformation and hate speech. Wait a minute. What? Wait, what? What just happened? So they're saying that she didn't abide by YouTube's content moderation policies. Is it because, like, do they not understand that writing this is exactly what she's talking about? Right? It's like, no, it isn't for covering up pedophilia. It's because of content moderation policies. But YouTube had this content moderation policy that conveniently would strike channels that talked about pedophilia all the time. And that was part of the problem. It's like, how do we discuss this big problem? Or, like, you know, a lot of people have this opinion that this is a big fucking problem in society, and they want to get the word out. They want to talk about pedophilia being a problem. But when they would get channel strikes on it. That kind of sounds like media complicity in covering up pedophilia because YouTube is media. Like, that's what Candace Owens is talking about. That goes right into the exact thing. The Macrons flatly debunked the conspiracy in a retraction demand to Owens, but she mocks the response, ignores the facts, and doubles down with even more reckless claims. They flatly debunk it. How do they debunk it? Are they like, no, here's a ultrasound of her uterus? Like, what did they do? The Macrons, through their counsel, sent a detailed retraction demand letter to Owens via email on December 3rd, 2024. Oh, God. Could you imagine getting a demand for retraction from a head of state? This is how big my boner would be. The December retraction demand explained the falsity of Owens' defamatory statements and included an abundance of evidence that Mrs. Macron was born a woman named Brigitte Trogneux, that she was not a blood relative of President Macron, and that the Macrons were not being controlled or blackmailed by any group of people. Owens did not respond to the December 3rd email. Okay. So? No, we explained it. We sent her an email. And we told her, no. Mais non. She is a woman. She's not a man. Does it look like a man? Maybe, but she does not act like... She's not a man. Owens then repeatedly ignored multiple additional attempts by the Macrons to engage. You're getting emailed by a head of state. It's so funny. The Macrons sent a follow-up email on December 18th, 2024, which went unanswered. On January 8th, 2025, the Macrons contacted Owens' former legal counsel to facilitate communication, but received no response. They're just leaving the Macrons on red. He's probably running in circles around the house being like, I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. She won't even answer our emails. Just getting more and more incensed, turning more and more red. Next, the Macrons attempted to personally serve the December retraction demand on January 9th, but were first ignored, then blocked by Owens' counsel, who ultimately agreed to accept service by email. The December retraction demand explicitly denied each of Owens' claims and presented evidence that conclusively disproved them. Not to her. She didn't find it conclusive. The December retraction demand reminded Owens that the very Daily Mail article she cited as support for her conspiracies told readers that the Courrier Picard, a daily newspaper in Amiens, France, Mrs. Macron's hometown, included Mrs. Macron's birth announcement. The birth announcement states that Brigitte Trogneux was born on April 13th, 1953, and that her siblings Anne-Marie and Jean-Claude Marivon, Monique, and Jean-Michel Trogneux have great joy in announcing the arrival of their little sister Brigitte. Okay, but hear me out. Isn't the claim that Brigitte is actually Jean-Michel? So publishing the birth of Brigitte doesn't matter because the claim is that Jean-Michel stole Brigitte's identity and then got a sex change. That's the claim. Right? So this doesn't help. This is the way conspiracy theories work, and the way conspiracy theories remain around is they're not falsifiable claims. If the claim is that Jean-Michel Trogneux takes the identity of Brigitte, then it doesn't matter that Brigitte is born. Both those people are there. Both the people are in the birth announcement, and both the people are in the picture. Defendants knew this information, but Owens omitted it from her series precisely because it contradicted the preconceived narrative she intended to tell. It doesn't. It doesn't. It's not falsifiable by this. Too bad. This omission was deliberate and is evidence of actual malice. That's not how actual malice works. That's not that. This is a legal conclusion, again, but disregarding one piece of information in your reporting is not actual malice, because all sorts of publications disregard information when they report. Typically, they gather more information than they publish into the article. They curate it to deliver the message that they want to deliver. The December retraction demand, my chin is itchy, reminded Owens that in addition to a first communion photo and family photo, there are additional publicly available photos of Mrs. Macron as a child. In one such photo, Mrs. Macron is playing in a garden as a young girl. The photo is mentioned in the 2021 Daily Mail debunking article and the December retraction demand, but Owens never shared it with her viewers because it does not fit her preconceived narrative. She doesn't believe the photos are real. Again, a fucking Frenchman sends me these photos and is like, see, it is Brigitte. And I go, how do I know that? Those photos can be literally anybody on earth. Like, I don't know that that's Brigitte. I don't know that this little boy is Brigitte. Is this Jean-Michel? Is that him over there? I don't know anything. Like, these don't tell me anything. You can say it all day. It's not going to make me, like, if I don't believe that that this is Brigitte here, then I'm not going to believe that this is Brigitte here. The December retraction demand reminded Owens that Mrs. Macron's marriage to André-Louis Ozier and his existence were well documented. The most obvious proof of his existence is the 3 children he fathered with Mrs. Macron, all of whom have acknowledged him as their father and adopted his last name. Initially, Owens falsely stated that there were no publicly available photos of Mr. Ozier. The December retraction demand reminded Owens that a publicly available photo exists of Mr. Ozier from his wedding to Mrs. Macron. Since then, Owen has found at least one additional photo through her relationship with Xavier Poussard. So here's the photo, which I'm guessing this is supposed to be Brigitte here, and this is supposed to be Xavier. Brigitte doesn't look like a mutant troll here, so I don't believe that that's her. To discredit this photo, Owens initially claimed that the subjects are not Mr. Ozier and Mrs. Macron, but Jean-Louis Ozier with his first wife, Susan Spray. See, I would think maybe that's true because she doesn't look as hideous there. The December retraction demand reminded Owens that Jean-Louis debunked this claim, stating, "When Andre Louis got married, I was 8 years older and I was working in Germany." There may be a slight family resemblance, but that's not to say that we are the same person. Indeed, Jean-Louis has testified in French court that the photo is not of him and won a defamation claim against Ray and Roy on that basis. When Owens was confronted with this information, she changed her theory, but rather than accept this photo for what it is, take that for what you mean it for, an image of Mrs. Macron from her marriage to Mr. Ozier, Owens concocted a new story. She changed course in the series to claim that Mr. Ozier is in the photo, but that Mrs. Macron is not. Instead, Owens claimed that it was another woman named Brigitte Trogneux, and that, and that Mrs. Macron refused to verify that the image was of her. Another lie. Owens initially told her audience that no journalist could find Mr. Ozier, but this is plainly false. The December retraction demand reminded Owens that another Daily Mail debunking article explained that reporters for several outlets, including the Mail, tracked Andre Louis down to Lille several years ago, but he declined to comment. That aligns with his family statements that he was a very private man. Look, he existed. He's just very private. That's why there's no photos of him. There's like 2. The December retraction demand stated that Mr. Ozier passed away on December 24th, 2019. His and Mrs. Macron's daughter, Tiffany, spoke about his death afterward and noted that he was buried in the strictest privacy, not helping, and that he was a nonconformist who valued his anonymity more than anything. That's the perfect type of person to be fake. I believe this now. I didn't until they sued Candace. Tiffany ended by stating he must be respected. Why? In her earlier reporting, Owens distorted these words and the family's request for privacy into a warning, a threat almost, not to look any further. How did she distort those words? Her saying that he's super private and he must be respected is a little weird. He's dead. He can't be private anymore. He's gone. Why must he be respected? I don't know. In the series, after being confronted with proof of Mr. Ozier's existence through his documented death and funeral, but if you don't believe the documentation, right? Like if you don't believe the death certificate because you think that the French government has the power to forge it, and if you don't believe that it's his funeral, like anyone could have just talked about any funeral, or they could have, the conspiracy runs deep. She again changed course and distorted the Ozier family's desire for privacy into a plot to cover up wrongdoing. The December retraction demand also informed Owens that Jean-Michel Trogneux is alive and well in Amiens. Emmanuel Anzon, a journalist for L'Orbs magazine, reported having contact with him in Amiens in September 2023. This too was included in the Daily Mail's 2024 debunking article. This is the brother-in-law of the French head of state, and it's like hard to find him. They had contact with him in 2023. In fact, Ms. Anizon wrote an entire book disproving the disinformation campaign surrounding Mrs. Macron. Was she paid to write it by the Macrons? That'd be funny. Shockingly, Owens cites Miss Anizon's book in the series, but fails to tell her viewers it completely disproves her central thesis. Does it disprove it, or does she just say, here's some more about it? Go look at it. All right, here we go. The December retraction demand provided evidence that Jean-Michel has recently appeared in public. He attended President Macron's investitures in 2017 and 2022, and the December retraction demand provided links to publicly available videos from those events. Not only was Jean-Michel present, but also in the same frame as Mrs. Macron, conclusive evidence that debunks Owens' demonstrably false claims. Except I don't know that that's him. Ouch. Itchy. The December retraction demand informed Owens that Jean-Michael's defamation claims against Ray and Roy prove his existence and that he is not Mrs. Macron. I'm not her. Can you imagine having to defend this? Like, you're the... God, there's this crazy fucking American woman who says, like, I'm like this lady. That's my sister. I don't know why I called her this lady. She's a man. But, and then she's like, no, I'm not my brother. Like, that is so fucking weird. I can't imagine having to do that. At Ray and Roy's June 19th, 2024 trial, Jean-Michael's attorney presented both Mrs. Macron's and Jean-Michael's electoral cards to the court, demonstrating that they had both voted in the European elections on June 9th in different towns. As a result of that trial, Ray and Roy were ordered to pay Jean-Michel 5,000 euros in civil damages. This information is also publicly available, but Owens has never informed her audience of these facts, which disprove her claim. Again, they don't, though. They don't disprove her claim. First of all, it's the French system, and no one should trust a French system. Second of all, even if it were an American system, they only have to get to 51%, more likely than not. That's the requisite level of fault for a negligence or a defamation claim, is that, you know, they're more likely than not. The preponderance of the evidence is the standard. They don't have to get to clear and convincing evidence. They don't have to get to beyond a reasonable doubt or anything like that. So it's just 51% likely that that this is true. Why is someone supposed to be convinced by 51% likelihood? The December retraction demand explicitly stated that Mrs. Macron is the biological mother of her 3 children. Look, we told her that she was the mother. Proving that she was born as a woman, is not engaged in identity theft. In her earlier reporting, Owens claimed that Mrs. Macron fathered her 3 children with Brigitte Proba-Azier, whom she falsely claimed was the niece of Jean-Louis Azier, the uncle of Mrs. Macron's late ex-husband. She accused Jean-Louis of forging the children's birth certificates to hide Mrs. Macron's secret. This is the same Jean-Louis whom she claimed was in the wedding photo of Mrs. Macron and her first husband, and who has successfully sued Ray and Roy for defamation. Owens did not repeat these claims in the series, but she's never retracted the prior false claims. All right, guys, we're about to be on page 39. I think this is a good place to take a breather on the Candace Owens lawsuit. We're gonna resume it probably tomorrow. I just want to do something else for a little bit, right? Like that. This is laborious. Going through lawsuits, legal documents is pretty laborious. I have these other stories. I worked hard to get these. Let's just pull this one up. Wait, what happened? I don't want to search. There it is. All right, here we go. We got to take a quick look at this story real quick. This is nice. Scott Bellinger says it is not an opinion. CD Random says, will you be covering the upcoming V Shoujo lawsuit, Nick? I only heard about it today, maybe. Frisky Django, member for a month. The lawyer level says balls. Balls. Thanks, man. Thanks for being a member. I appreciate it. Now grab your member and be happy. Okay. Look at this story. State Supreme Court lifts gag order on father who shot man he found with his 13-year-old daughter. We're going to dig more into this story later, but I just want to open this up. I want to open this up and we'll get into this soon on the show. The Arkansas Supreme Court on Thursday, like we're gonna get this Supreme Court order and stuff like that, and we'll go through it because this is crazy. The Arkansas Supreme Court on Thursday vacated a gag order in the case of Aaron Spencer, a Lonoke County man charged with second-degree murder in the death of Michael Fosler in October. Fosler, 67 at the time of his death, had previously been arrested and charged with several sexual offenses against Spencer's teenage daughter. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Can you imagine? Can you imagine not being able to murder this guy with an axe? Any jury who convicts this guy, they deserve to serve the sentence with him. Calling the Lonoke, I don't know how to pronounce it. Lonoke County Circuit Court's gag order in the case a gross abuse of discretion. The Supreme Court struck the order in its entirety. The facts of the case, which quickly drew attention inside and outside of Arkansas, are straightforward. Fosler was arrested in July and charged with 43 counts, including sexual assault of a minor, internet stalking of a child, possession of child pornography, all of which is related to a relationship between Fosler and Spencer's then 13-year-old daughter. Circuit Judge Barbara Elmore released Fosler on bond. Late one night in October, Spencer told police he heard his dogs barking and went to his daughter's room to check on her. She was not there. This is fucking insane. This is a nightmare, right? Spencer called 911 to report her missing, then went looking for her. A short time later, he found his daughter and Fosler in Fosler's truck, and Spencer forced the truck off the road. This led to an altercation between the men, after which Spencer called 911 again to report that he'd shot Fosler. Fosler died at the scene. I hope he shot him like in his arms, his legs, everywhere before putting one in his mouth. The state charged Spencer with second-degree murder plus a firearm enhancement in November. Spencer's case, like Fosler's, was assigned to Judge Elmore. I mean, I think he has an argument of imminent bodily injury to his daughter. And if he doesn't, why not? In December, citing media coverage throughout the state and beyond, as well as a statement from Spencer's attorney calling him a heroic father, the state requested a gag order. State of Arkansas is like, we don't want anyone to talk about this. They asked Elmore to prohibit Spencer, that's the defendant, his attorneys, any state or local agencies connected with the case, any judicial employees, any public officials, and any witnesses from discussing any facts of the case in public. That's insanely overbroad. Like, that's crazy. Spencer objected to the gag order. First of all, you stopping a dad from talking. Now, it may not be wise for him to talk in public because of his case, but you stopping the father of someone whose daughter was raped and exploited from speaking in public about her abuser and about the case in which he killed her abuser, rescuing her from him. Preventing him from speaking in public is evil. That's evil. That's not just unconstitutional. It's downright fucking evil. He argued that it would violate both his due process rights to a fair and public trial, correct, and his First Amendment right to speak. He requested a hearing in open court on the state's motion. 30 minutes after he filed his response, listen to this, Judge Elmore granted the state's request for a gag order without a hearing. He filed his response. They didn't even give him a hearing. It appears to the court, Elmore wrote, that the dissemination by any means of public communication of any out-of-court statements relating to this case may interfere with the rights of the defendant in the state of Arkansas to receive a fair and impartial trial. The state of Arkansas doesn't deserve a fair and impartial trial. The defendant does. The defendant does. The defendant does. The state doesn't play fair. The state has power, money, literally employs the judge and the prosecutors, and sometimes the defense lawyers. Elmore then went a step further and, without being asked by either side in the case, ordered that the entire matter be sealed. So he seals the case from public view. The state Supreme Court was having none of it. The justices said that the order was on its face a plain, manifest, clear, and gross abuse of discretion and in excess of its authority, and, quote, declined to uphold any part of the order in light of the order's clear lack of an evidentiary basis as a whole. So the court issued this gag order. There's no proof or evidence or anything that any of the statements had in some way prejudiced any party or even had the potential to. The court looked at three categories of people Elmore's gag order sought to restrain: attorneys in the case, non-attorneys in the case, and the public at large. Regarding attorneys, the court said Arkansas's ethic rules allow prior restraint of their extrajudicial speech only where that speech, quote, poses a substantial likelihood of material prejudice to an ongoing criminal proceeding, which is really hard to do for a defense attorney. Non-attorney, the way that you get material prejudice in an ongoing criminal proceeding from a defense attorney is if a defense attorney misrepresents evidence of the state as something that it's not, or misrepresents their own evidence as something that it's not, which most attorneys aren't doing. Most attorneys aren't going out there and talking about the evidence that they have and showing it and then misrepresenting what it is. But just the fact that they have contrary opinions, or they have opinions that bolster their client, or maybe they have negative opinions of the state and the prosecution, that is not prejudicing the state. Okay, so we have that. Non-attorney participants, however, could be restrained from speaking about a case, quote, only to the extent that their speech poses a serious and imminent threat of material prejudice to an ongoing criminal proceeding. But non-attorney participants could be restrained. The court was especially critical of Elmore's attempts to restrain the speech of other individuals who are not participating in the case. And this is out there, right? Finally, we address prior restraints on the public, whose speech is afforded the most protection in the context of gag orders. These people aren't involved in the case. So attorneys at least have an ethics rule, right? Non-attorneys don't. And then people outside of the case have nothing, no obligation. Restraining speech of the public raises obvious issues regarding lack of due process. We cannot fathom why the circuit court believed it could prohibit the speech of, quote, any public official now holding office. In fact, it is difficult to foresee any circumstance in which a prior restraint on the speech of a member of the public, which would include a public official, could be constitutional. The justices also said a lower court should take other findings into account when considering a proposed gag order, such as whether the order is narrowly tailored to prohibit only what is necessary to protect the integrity of the proceedings. Judge Elmore made no such findings, the court said, which is why you'll get a prior restraint order on jurors. The jurors cannot go out and make statements out into the public, for example, and they can't until the case is over. Once it's over, they can. But during the pendency of the case, because the state public statements by a juror prejudice the proceeding, they could prejudice a party, or they could show bias from the juror, etc. So they have a gag order, but that only affects the jurors and only for the time that they're actually in the court proceeding. Once it's over, the court cannot restrain them from talking about their experience. This is crazy. Here we go. The court also addressed Elmore's decision to seal the entire case. The justices pointedly called out Elmore for shielding all the case filings from the public, as well as preventing the public from watching the proceedings. Not only are the written records inaccessible to the public, but also the briefs and statements from counsel at oral argument indicate that the Lone Oak County Circuit Court's courtroom was at least partially closed to the public during Spencer's arraignment. Although it appears the circuit court intends to close further proceedings to the public, we caution the court from doing so without an evidentiary basis and adherence to the required constitutional analysis.
Alex Rosen caught a chomo last night who creates CP with his siblings. He showed Alex the video on his phone and admitted everything to the police. The Virginia Beach PD told him he's free to leave.
Amazing. Amazing. Okay, Associate Justice Nicholas Brony wrote a scathing concurrence joined by Associate Justices Sean Womack and Cody Hilland that went even further in its rebuke of Elmore's actions. Brony, he's a Brony, said the gag order, quote, is only one part of a troubling pattern of attempts to shield this case from public view, beginning with a non-public arraignment and ending with a handwritten note sealing the entire case from public view. We cannot allow that pattern to continue unchecked, Brony wrote, adding that he would have invoked the court's superintending authority and reassigned the case to a new judge. Yes, yes, of course. Anything less, what they should do is immediately file a motion for a new judge in the case based on this, and then let the judge deny the motion and then immediately appeal it up. Anything less suggests that what's happened so far is within the acceptable range of disagreement or administration, and it isn't. The case now returns to Lone Oak County Circuit Court. No trial date has been scheduled at this time. I believe Fosler is a cop or an ex-cop. Let me see if I can find out real quick, just to kind of. I don't know if this guy's a cop or not. 67's pretty old to be policing, but I figured maybe he was a former cop. Who knows? Nicola Maxwell says he is. So in my cursory glance, I don't see it, but I'll go through and look.
You get caught committing such acts with someone's 13-year-old daughter. In Alabama, that means someone needs some killing.
Yep. Won't find my disagreement there. Get annihilated. Get on the wall.
The cops who arrested this father, the prosecutor who charged him, and the judge who allows this travesty to continue all deserve a public
circumcision. I'm sorry. What was that, Mr. Eric July?
The cops who arrested this father, the prosecutor who charged him, and the judge who allows this travesty to continue all deserve a public. So
the AI voice thing does not deal with ellipses very well. It tries to pronounce them, which makes me happy. Amazing. I'll be looking more into this case, especially now that it's unsealed. Maybe we can, or maybe that they removed the gag order. I don't know if they've unsealed the case or not, but we'll see what we can figure out about it. Made as much sense as Eric July, anyways. What it is just business. Okay. All right. We've been going 3 hours. And I think we gotta We gotta check out the Cooking with Kurt, right? We gotta cook something. There's one I saw that wasn't super long because it's already late. I want to do that one, but it's an hour and 30 minutes. I think there's a shorter one. He has all these video game playing videos too. This is video because some of you need help on logical reasoning. Got it. Don't you want to know what? Don't you want to know? Okay. But I want to watch him cook. That's 2 hours. Fuck. I know there's a shorter one. We're going to find it. Give me a minute. Mississippi pot roast. Rimworld and chill someday. Rimworld and chill. Okay, wait a minute. No way. This is the cracked chicken. But didn't this cracked chicken have cream cheese? Fuck. Hold on. I'm sorry. Theodore Kent 69 says, do you read Rumble Rants out loud? Yes, I do. I do. I know we watched a cracked chicken video. But it doesn't, this one doesn't have a conclusion. I don't think this is, anyway. Chill. Here we go. I don't think we've watched this one. This is chicken and rice. Chicken and rice. With smeary cam straight out the gate, right on the thumbnail, right at the first frame here. We've got smeary cam all over the place. Okay. Chicken and rice, y'all.
Everyone, welcome to Uncivil Law for Cooking with Kurt. Today we're going to do rice.
He's immediately got the hand above you, girl. You can't move past me. You can't move past me. Fucking hell, I can't take it. How is every video like this? Everyone.
And chicken. Now that I figured out how to change the orientation successfully, we're doing new rice and chicken.
So did Macron's wife.
The Instapot. We're going to be using this rice because this looks pretty good. This is a rice and quinoa blend. Yeah. So it's brown rice, red rice, wild rice, and quinoa. And so I'm pretty excited.
Perfect. Just throw a bunch of shitty rice in the pressure cooker. It'll be fine, I'm sure.
About that.
Olivia Niles says, wait, this is a real thing? Stop it. Oh, Olivia, have you not seen Cooking with Kurt? Have you not seen this? Oh my God.
Okay, so 1 bag is 1 cup, 2 bags is 2 cups, and we probably need about...
Just casually as over the old...
Probably need 4 cups, so probably use all 4 bags. And if we need more than that, then we'll do more than that. But that's what we're doing. We're doing minute rice And yeah, all right. So we've got ourselves the Instant Pot of Glory. We've got ourselves the Instant Pot of Glory, as you can see. And I've turned it on saute mode. And so we're just going to start.
You haven't cut anything up. You haven't prepped anything. It's just sitting there fucking smoking already. It's amazing.
With a little bit of garlic and butter.
Wait.
So I think we need.
And to quote my man Bricktop from Snatch, I'm going to need you to repeat that. Anne says, Nick, you must do the makeup tutorial from a few years ago. What? Olivia got an exciting new job working for Aiden Kearney's team. Congrats to her, you fig. Hey, that's awesome, Olivia. Congrats. Now, celebrate. Yeah, Anne, I'm going to need to know more. I need to know way more than this. What are you talking about? What makeup stream? What is going on? Theodore Kent 69. $5 to read my poem. Okay. Where's your poem? You sent it to me. Hold on one second. So this is the poem that was sent in. Need to man up, need to grow up, need to stop fucking around, need to stop bartending, need to get a real job, need to settle down. Need to stop fucking thoughts, need to marry, need to buy engagement ring, need to set marriage date, need to find best man, need to rent tuxedo, need to schmooze. Holy shit, this is long. Not that long. Need to schmooze father-in-law, need to have kids, need to get life insurance, need to get health insurance, need to start eating right, need to start saving for retirement, need to work double shifts, need to stop drinking so much coffee, need to save for kids' college fund, need to work more double shifts, need to spend more time with wife, need to ignore wife's friend Brett, need to file for divorce, need to get a decent lawyer, need to start dating again, need to buy a boat, need to sign a prenup this time, need to be polite to Brett at the kids' graduation, need to go fishing with the grandkids, need to find a good retirement home, need to finalize my will, need to take my heart meds, need to remember the day of the week, need to remember my daughter's name, need to remember where I am, need to sleep, need to remember why I'm here, need to sleep more on my bed, need to remember the lady who is crying next to me, need to fight the black lady attempting to give me pills, need to fight the darkness encroaching my entire field of vision, need to go towards a circle of light at the end of the tunnel. Need to hope I didn't fuck up too much during life. Need to hope for the best. So there you go. That's a poem by Theodore Kent. Dude, I liked it. Brett was sad. Holy shit. Need to ignore Brett. Need to get a divorce lawyer. Aw, damn.
Need a full stick of butter.
Full stick of butter. Wait, Anne says, this is too important. Anne says he had different types of powder and was putting it on for chat to help him choose what suited his skin the best. There's a video of Kurt, like, face in the fucking camera, like, which one looks best on me, chat? I just imagine him, like, smearing lipstick around his head. What is... Oh, my God, I didn't know that existed. Correct makeup for being on stream. He puts makeup on? Why haven't I thought of this? Oh, fuck. Kurt has put out the best content ever.
So that's what we're going to do. There's my spatula. I need to clean my spatula. Hold on.
You need to clean that Instant Pot. It's got food all around it. Please.
So we got ourselves more garlic. Probably do like
He put
ourselves a little minced
that's
garlic here.
way dirty. You know, his favorite garlic. You fucking animal. Don't you think? No! 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 Never! Chat, never ever do. What is he doing? He's just burning garlic. He's just burning it. He's got his thing on saute and he's just scooping garlic into it like a fucking monster. No! Guy's just gonna scorch the shit out of it. Ah! He hasn't done anything else. He's done no prep. We can assume he hasn't even washed the spatula. And he's sitting here just throwing garlic in. What's he going to do? Stir it around? There's no oil in there. There's nothing. Just garlic and garlic flavored water that's in the jar with it. Look at it burning. It's just burning. Oh, God. Like the Hindenburg. No.
All right, good.
Just another one.
That's the end of that garlic.
Skin of the garlic. It's all of it. Burning.
Take the butter.
No, Olivia Nile, don't worry. Uncle Ben has or minute rice.
Salted butter.
Just a whole stick of butter. Just throw it in
That
there.
way.
Just throw it in on
Here.
the highest saute setting you can find.
So this is to control the salt a little better as we go.
What are you talking about controlling salt? You can't control anything.
Take a stick of butter there.
Yes, you had half.
There's 2 half sticks, by the way. So 1 full stick.
I'm enraged.
Go ahead and
Yeah, Olivia Nile, he's going to put minute rice in the pressure cooker. Look at this burnt garlic.
Smells like butter and garlic to me.
Watch it, shocker.
Smells a lot like buttery garlic. Okay. Now I need to open up some wine.
Gonna pour wine in there too?
For this recipe. I have a white. It's cold. Right, for our wine, we'll be doing Conundrum, Californian, white wine. I like Conundrum. It's a great wine.
You're cooking with it.
I recommend this red and white flavors. They're both good. And we're just going to start with, I think...
Yet another instance where he's going to, like, at least this time he's sauteing. He's going to pour the wine in there, so the alcohol will probably cook off and steam out, you know, like, but the other time he just poured the alcohol in at the end and then pressure cooked it, so it didn't have anywhere to go. But dude, it's just use barefoot wine. It costs nothing. It's a white wine. You're going to throw it in a pressure cooker. There are times to use good liquor in your cooking. A pressure cooking rice and chicken after scorching the butter and the fucking garlic isn't one of them.
A half cup. I'll do 3/4 cup.
Quarter cup of wine. Let's throw that in with the garlic and the butter now. For some reason.
All right. Well, that's a heat up. Now it smells a lot like wine and butter and garlic.
You just poured cold wine from the fridge in your hot Instant Pot. You were melting garlic butter in, burning garlic. What are you doing? I make crack cocaine way different.
Okay, so far so good. All right, now I'm going to add in some chicken bouillon cubes. I got these ones.
Yeah.
Tomato bouillon with chicken flavor. I thought those would be real.
Time to throw in some chicken bouillon cubes. I got these. Tomato bouillon with chicken flavor. The fuck is that? The fuck is that?
Really nice.
That'd be really
So I'm going to put 4 of those in.
Boosh! And he's going to throw 4. That's what he said. Oh my God. Impossible. How did you know that?
You can also do just.
All right. Hold on, I need the box. This is the one. Nutrition label. All right. Okay. So the serving size, one serving of one of these of the bouillon cubes is half a cube. So the serving size is a half cube. So he has 8 servings because he has 4 cubes. All right. Each serving, each half cube is 1,060 milligrams. Each half cube. 1,060 milligrams. So he has 8,480 milligrams of sodium in there right away from jump. 8,480 milligrams of sodium. Goblin Kill HD needs to stop bullying uncivil law. Bro, his diet is bullying him way harder than I am. Holy shit. Yeah, 8 grams of salt. 8 grams of salt. Susmet says sodium is not the same as MSG. No, sodium is the S in MSG, monosodium glutamate. Monosodium glutamate is, there's sodium in it, but it is different than just sodium. It has a different effect and different taste. Holy fuck. Cars Adept says the equivalence of about a quarter ounce of Coke, Nick. Thank you for putting that language. I understand. I didn't know at first. Yes, we must do this. We're at 8.4 grams. That's 2.5 8 balls. It's 2.5 8 balls of salt going in the pot right now. Holy fuck. Yeah, so full stick of butter. How much sodium in a full stick of salted butter? Another 600 to 900 milligrams of sodium. So we're now closing in on 10,000 milligrams of sodium immediately. What else is he going to put in? You know he's going to have a seasoning packet of some sort, too.
Straight chicken flavor, because I think I still got some regular chicken. I do.
Better
So
than
have
bouillon.
some regular chicken bouillon as well.
You mean regular? Wait, what? No! Wait, no! 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 He just said he's got some regular chicken bouillon as well. He put 4 cubes of the other bouillon in, and now he's going to add chicken bouillon to it too.
So I think to make the chicken flavor a little bit stronger, I'm just going to do 2 of chicken in addition to the tomato chicken.
He's adding 4,000 more grams of sodium or milligrams of sodium. Holy shit. We're pushing 13,000 milligrams, 13 grams of sodium. 4 8 ball. We're almost to 4 full 8 balls. Half an ounce of salt.
And that one. All right.
I need your help, guys. Tell me, can you hear the video when I push play? I have to wait for your response because there's a 20-second delay, but tell me if you can hear the video when I push play. No? Fuck. Okay. Well, that's good, I guess. Not that him. All right, thanks. Maybe, is that something I can fix in OBS? Hold on. How about now? Not on that one either? Okay. My bad. No worries. He's just humming. I was trying to have all the audio run through just my microphone so that we could get, so that it wouldn't do the StreamYard distortion thing, but we'll just have to deal with it. It's not distortion. Sorry. It's StreamYard tries to balance audio. So if I try to talk while the video is playing, it will try and figure out which one of us it should have louder. And a lot of times the video wins. People can't hear me. Imagine trying to get, imagine if you will, you have 6 bouillon cubes and you're trying to dissolve those 6 bouillon cubes into a 1/4 cup of wine that's been emulsified with a whole stick of butter. That's what he's trying to do right now.
Okay. That's good.
That's good. I don't know about that.
Now I'm going to add in a little bit of this Creole seasoning. That Tony's Creole.
He's adding Creole seasoning, which is salt-based. He's just, how much are you going to dump in there? Just going to add Creole seasoning. You don't have enough seasoning and flavoring and salt in there right now. Holy fuck. He adds like 4 teaspoons of it easily. Holy shit. What is he gonna put this on? Oh my god.
All right, time to add more water.
The serving size is a 1/4 teaspoon, and it's 340 milligrams of sodium per 1/4 teaspoon. That had to be 4 teaspoons, right? Like, I'm not crazy. 4 teaspoons is my best estimate, which would make that another. That's 16 servings. I can't even math that. That's another 5,440 milligrams of sodium if my estimate of 4 teaspoons is correct. And I think it is. Sasmet says, you don't know how much he's saving for leftovers tomorrow. Just giving the benefit of the doubt. No, we don't. Because he only eats his first serving on camera and he doesn't eat the rest on camera. But we don't know what happens if the camera goes off. He's like, oh yeah, I'll eat this over a week. Don't believe him, for one thing. For another thing, Sasmet, at this point, we're at 15. No, we're at 18 grams of sugar or of sodium. If he eats this over a week, all right, if he eats this just over a week, he is eating 2,500 to 2,600 milligrams of sodium each time he eats it. And you know he eats other food during the day. It's just from this. So if he breaks it down into 7 portions and eats it over a week, giving him the benefit of the doubt that it's all 7 days. Right now, and nowhere else, it's 24 to 2,500 milligrams of sodium, which is over your daily value of sodium, just there every day. I know you're trying to be nice. You're fine. Don't worry. I'm just marveling at this. This is so gross. What's he pouring in now? Just water. You gonna boil the chicken? He's humming. The asterisk says, does looking like the Michelin Man automatically mean he gets at least 1 Michelin star? Yes. Yes. Heisenberg says it's for the record.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right, chat.
Joe Nathan Joestar says it's easy to go over your daily value of sodium. Most people who don't pay attention probably do. It's hard to go over your daily value of sodium if you're cooking fresh. It's easy if you use canned or frozen foods, typically speaking. Also, this is We're talking about one meal a day that he's eating to go over his day. Like, Kurt doesn't eat one meal a day. I promise you. Look at that physique. Kurt eats way more than one meal a day.
What do we think so far?
I think you're going to die of a coronary. How are you going to put more in the pot? You just have buttery water with garlic and
liking what we're seeing?
Every milligram of sodium.
Feeling it? Enjoying it?
No.
Any comments? More garlic needed? That's quite a bit of garlic in there already.
More garlic needed.
And it's 3 teaspoons of garlic. It's like a tablespoon of garlic. It's quite a bit of garlic.
It looks like more than 3 teaspoons.
So I think, all right. All right, so we're going to use this minute quinoa blend. I think we're going to use all 4 of these. My kitchen lighting is harsh. It is a bit.
I'm checking.
But it is what it is. So we press on.
Multi-grain medley.
Oops. Don't want the phone falling there. It's not good. Phone does not go into the broth. That is not where the phone goes.
You sure? No, I need the right one.
Come on, don't follow me. Stay put.
These only have 10 milligrams of sodium. Okay, these only have 10 milligrams of sodium per serving. There's 6 servings in the box. So that's only 60 milligrams of sodium. However, 45 grams of carbohydrates per serving. So there's 6 of those. It's a lot of fucking carbs. It's a shitload of carbs. This is the carbonating, not protein. No, fats aren't carbs. Carbs are carbohydrates. At this point, I don't know how it's physically possible for this not to taste delicious. Because our bodies love salt and fat. That's all it is. Holy shit. Bag after bag. I hate wild rice. I don't know, like, wild rice is fucking smart.
I'm thinking maybe I need more rice than that.
It was 4 packets of rice, which is 1 entire box of the minute rice and quinoa. And he's saying he thinks he needs more rice than that. I don't know. How much water are you supposed to put in these?
Maybe 4 cups isn't enough. Thinking I need another thing of rice.
It's not 4 cups. This actually, hey, what's up, OnlyFan? Welcome to the membership on the channel. Much appreciated. Here's the hard part of what Kurt is doing. He's using minute rice. Well, minute rice is to some extent pre-cooked, which is why it's minute rice. You don't have to cook it for 20 minutes or whatever. You can cook it in 1 to 5 minutes. It depends on the different minute rices. So it's pre-cooked. So you can't, like, it's a cup of minute rice is not a cup of rice. It's something less. It's somewhere less than a cup of rice, right? I don't. I don't even know what to say. Pastor Flash says, do you think Kurt drinks 2 to 4 gallons of water a day? This is why there's so much sodium in his food. Maybe. I can't. I don't know.
I think in there. I think of rice. Well, fortunately, I have 4 boxes, so I have plenty of rice.
Yes.
It's enough.
He has 4 boxes. He could just add bags. Just bag after bag after bag could go in. It's all just sauteing, simmering in there in the slop. It's going to cook super even. Grim, I love MSG. He's cool. Knock phone down.
Needs more.
Turkey girl. I've had rice that's not washed first. It's really starchy and sticky. Guys in depth. Don't worry about ratios of water to rice. What are you talking about?
I'm going to add more liquid too, by the way, just in case, before you freak out. I'm going to add more liquid.
How much?
I want more.
Do you even know?
I'm going to get some more.
He's sitting there bubbling. I don't know what to do. How long did it take you up to bed? Bags of rice. We're officially at 9 servings of rice. Having bags of rice. He's gonna put in an 8th bag. Oh, baby. Fate of the Smith says only a starving fat man would cook with such ferocious vigor. People want me to stop doing this. How can I? How can I not watch this? Like there's other cooking shows on the YouTube. No, there aren't. There aren't. There's nothing like this. Nothing like this exists.
Time for some more seasoning, I think.
Yep. Time for some more seasoning. Yes. Holy shit. Another 4,000 milligrams of sodium. Oh, wonder if you could say stuff like that. Suspects, there isn't worse. There isn't worse. This man has passed 2 bar exams. There's nothing like this. There's nothing like this. And there's nothing as amazing as when he starts the Instapot or the oven and he goes away from the kitchen. You never know what's going to happen. Nothing like this exists anywhere else.
Pretty good, man. Happy New Year to you too. Hope it's a good one. Hope it's a good one for all of us. All right, so this needs another couple cups of water.
How do you know?
So I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Is the date on this video? 6 months ago. January 1st. New Year's Day, baby.
Perfect.
Tiffany, I think you're right. Oh, chicken rice, that's healthy.
Gotta have a little wine for myself too, right?
Yeah. You should have just put the wine
Again, this is Conundrum wine.
Glass without ever putting any in the pot. What is the wine doing for you in that pot? Look at it. Look at it. Why can't you point the camera at the whole pot? Like, why is half of it cut off? Or, well, not half. Why is a small portion of it cut off? I don't want to see the cord in the dirty, like, back area. Right? Like, I don't want to see that.
All right, I'm going to let that cook for just a couple minutes, and then I'm going to add some chicken.
Why are you letting this cook for a couple minutes? You have fucking rice in there.
You know what else I need to add? Is my pepper, onion, celery mix.
What is he doing? Is he going to Now, I'll give him credit if he's just using it like a pot and he's just cooking it. But that doesn't make sense. I think isn't he going to Instapot it? Why is he cooking this for a few minutes?
Which I bought earlier. Pepper, onion, celery mix. Trinity blend.
Do you know why it's a Trinity blend? Do you know anything about this? Kurt, do you know why that is? Do you know what's going on here?
So I need to add that. Now I'm going to put in, I think, a cup and a half of this.
Those should all be sauteed, not boiled. Ah, fuck you. Oh, that made me angry. Yeah, Olivia, if you notice over here where my mouse is moving, that is a roach trap on the counter right by where he makes his food every time. That's a roach trap. And he's in Houston, so it doesn't matter if that's been out there for 12 seconds or 12 days. it's got a roach in it. So he just took the Trinity, which is the Cajun version of a mirepoix. A mirepoix is French. It is the base for all of French cooking. I can't remember what the Italian's called. The Italian one is called. The Italian one is similar to French. I think things are cut a little bit differently. But a French mirepoix is onions, carrots, celery, all in roughly equal portions and diced roughly the equal size typically. A sofrito is the Italian one. I got it. There we go. Sofrito. The Cajun version, because they didn't really have carrots down in Louisiana when they first got there. They had to bring, you had to bring, we forget that like vegetables weren't ubiquitous across the world like they are now. Carrots weren't really around that area natively, so it was easier to grow bell peppers. So the Trinity supplants green bell pepper specifically for carrot. But what you should be doing is you should be sauteing your Trinity or your mirepoix or your sofrito. That's what you should be doing, because you want those flavors to incorporate, and the sauteing brings out the quality of the vegetable. Bush is correcting me, saying twice as much onion as the other two. I go with what Bush says. Right. Bush says you want to remove water in the mirepoix, not add water. Right. All of those things. Celery is almost entirely water and some fibers. Onion has high water content, obviously, and then of course carrot or green bell pepper. Significant amounts of water in those, although green bell pepper probably carrying the least water of all of those things. Even so, the point of a lot of cooking is to remove moisture from what you're cooking. It's similar to the idea of reducing a sauce or a broth or whatever, but you're reducing the moisture content of the thing, and that means you're drawing out the flavors really by taking out the blandness. And so again, removing liquid from the mirepoix is important to bring out the flavor of the vegetables and not just have more water content. And Cherokee Girl says, how about wine instead of water? The purpose of adding wine is to, again, extract the water from the wine and be left with the other parts of the wine that are good. The water and the alcohol go away. The liquids reduce down. And then what you have is an intensifying of the sweetness or the bitterness of the grapes, depending on what kind of wine you have. And you have, like the tannins or whatever the fucking shit that makes wine taste like wine is enhanced as well, and then that goes into enhancing the food. Like that's, again, you're just taking water out of everything. We don't want water.
All right. What do we think?
I think this is going to kill someone. The asterisk says, I've only listened while driving to these segments with Kurt concocting before. Now I'm watching. Please, Nick, please don't stop these sooner than you must. I can't stop them. I can't. It's the only thing I like to watch. It's my favorite show. POV. This is you sleeping all night at Kurt's house. You're just standing over you.
Should be good. Need some spicy spice? Well, you could put in some Red Hot.
Oh my God.
There you go.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do some research just for a second. I don't know how much that was. I don't know how much that was that went in there. Holy fuck. Let's see. I need to know. Nutrition facts. 190 milligrams of salt per serving. Serving size is 1 teaspoon. I don't know how many he put in there, but it sounded like a fucking lot. We've got to be closing in on 20 grams of salt in this shit. Olivia Nile, this is chicken and rice. That's what we're cooking. We're cooking chicken and rice. How do you not know this? How can you not tell from what's happening on screen?
Hello. It is a pressure cooker, but it does other modes too. And this mode's on saute.
Are you going to pressure cook it or you
taste it? Okay.
What are you tasting? The rice isn't done yet. What are you tasting? Mr. K, it's like not just that he does. The biting of the upper lip.
Other than the rice needs to be cooked more, so it softens more. That's fine. But the temperature and spice is good.
He just
other than the fact that the rice needs to be cooked longer, it's great.
He just ate half cooked rice.
Tastes very good though. Broth is very chickeny. Yeah, it's good.
You need a gallon of that fucking wine to deal with the salt.
We can go ahead and add the chicken though.
He's just gonna add the chicken to the boiling rice mixture. It's no concept of how this chicken is cooking, because it's not cooking in an oven, right? Like if it were in an oven, the rice would absorb the water and the chicken would be cooked by the heat. That would be happening. But it's just going in an Instapot, presumably to hopefully boil fast enough. I don't know if he's going to pressure cook it. It kind of seems like he's not, but maybe he is. Is he going to fool all of us?
For chicken, got myself a little bit more than a pound of shredded chicken.
Okay, it's pre-cooked chicken. That changes everything. It's just pre-cooked chicken. This is unlike any chicken and rice dish I've ever fucking heard of, ever in my life. Chicken and rice to me is like typically a leg and thigh quarter, or a chicken breast over rice. And it could be a rice pilaf or something like, right? Like you can do stuff to the rice. I'm not racist. But he's just gonna throw shredded chicken into this and call it chicken and Tiffany Zabranik says taxpayers would save so much if he was the chef for death row inmates.
White meat and dark meat, large, a little bit more than a pound. I'm gonna put this.
Again, I have no hate for stuff like this. Like you go to the grocery store and they have those rotisserie chickens, and then they like if they don't sell them, they'll shred them up and put them in those containers. And you can buy them for the next day. Those things are great for like ramen or, you know, like some quick little meal on the go. You grab them, throw them in a salad. Perfect. If you're making chicken and rice, just get some fucking chicken. And if you're going to put it in a pressure cooker, just get some fucking chicken.
This entire thing in there.
Yeah, that rotisserie chicken definitely has salt content, but that's hard to figure out because I don't know.
Did I at least sear the chicken? I think it's rotisserie chicken. Yep. I mean, I could sear it. I could put it in a pan.
Why would you sear? What are you doing? He's like, oh, I could sear it. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? It's a rotisserie chicken. It's fully cooked. It's cooked in a way that it's soft and tender. Why are you going to sear it in a pan to put into this? What do you do?
Should I put it in a pan and like sear it?
Yeah, do that. Just make it strips of leather before you put it in that rice.
With butter? Yeah, it's already cooked. I'm just going to put it in.
Guys, we've never seen him saute anything in a pan, though. Oh, no, he just threw it in. Doesn't that look great? Throw it in there. This isn't confusing at all. Predictions on the next ingredient? Here's space in that Instant Pot. He doesn't like that. He likes to go all the way to the rim. Yeah, Roland Arthur, that has the rice. The rice is already in that mixture.
I think we're gonna let it cook like that. I don't think if there's even a need to put the pressure cooker on. I mean, I could. Yeah, maybe put the pressure cooker on for like 5 minutes.
You don't even know. You don't even know what you're doing. You're gonna throw that in there for like 5 minutes. You're gonna pressure cook minute rice. 5 minutes.
Okay. Put the pressure cooker on for 5 minutes.
Just throw that. For reference, when I take dry rice, regular rice, uncooked rice, and I cook it in my pressure cooker, the appropriate amount of water, it takes 4 minutes on the manual setting. He's doing 5 minutes. It's been boiling forever, and it's minute rice, which takes 1/5 at most the time to cook of regular rice because it's par cooked. What the fuck is he doing?
I'm gonna pour myself a little bit more bigger.
Demon Slayer, in a pressure cooker, you don't do 2 cups of water to 1 cup of rice. You do like one and a quarter cup of water to 1 cup of rice in a pressure cooker.
Glass of wine. I'm gonna sit down with you and drink the wine and talk to you for a little while.
So, yes.
For that to do its magic. Big glass of wine.
This is a perspective after the pizza casserole special ingredient kicks in. You can't get up off the floor.
All right.
No, don't grab my face. Stop carrying me like this. I don't want to go to the bedroom.
Yeah, it was rotisserie chicken. We're doing chicken and rice. So what we did is...
Look at this perspective. It's like the guy about to climb Mount Everest. He walks up, he's like, oh my God. Just look at that slope. It's like Mount Everest made out of mashed potatoes.
Is we used minute rice. There was a nice blend that attracted my attention. It's a quinoa rice blend. So it's wild rice, red rice, and brown rice, and quinoa. We started by putting a little bit more than a tablespoon of minced garlic into the pan with a stick of butter, unsalted. And we let that come down.
Guys, it's unsalted butter. We got to take out the 600 to 900 milligrams that was in there. We're only at 19 grams of sodium, maybe more.
And then we added in 3/4 of a cup of white wine. Mix that in. And then we added in 4 bouillon cubes, 2 tomato and chicken, and 2 that were just straight chicken. And let those...
Okay, we got to take out 2 bouillon cubes. He said he was going to do 4 of the other ones, but he actually did 2 and 2. So he's not explained well. If I was following along with this recipe at home, I would have 6 bouillon cubes in there. Holy shit. All right. All right, we're down now. What? I think we're down in the range of 13 grams, 13 or 14 grams now.
Integrate with the fluid. Then we added, I think, another cup of water. Then we added the rice. We added 8 cups worth of rice. Then we brought the water level up to be 8 cups as well. We also added in a cup and a half of a blend of celery, onion, and bell pepper, and a lot of the Creole seasoning plus some hot sauce. So that's what we did. And if it turns out really well, which I'm hoping it will, I think it could be my new staple meal for a while.
His new staple meal for a while.
I'm hoping it will be a staple meal for a while.
Something that he intends to eat roughly daily. He's just going to keep making this.
Nice, healthy staple meal.
It's not a healthy
Previously
meal.
inspired by someone in chat.
When
I was saying, oh, I should get Chinese. They said I should get chicken and rice instead. So I was like, oh, sounds pretty good. So I decided, when my chili ran out, which it finally did today, my chili ran out. So I'll make some chicken and rice. That sounds good.
Healthy staple meal.
Life's not bad.
It's not depressed, Kurt.
The chicken and rice is a good combo for getting fit. So that was my thinking. It's a good combo for getting fit. So.
Chicken and rice can be a good combo for getting fit because it's high, it's protein dense. It contains a sufficient amount of fat on its own, and rice is relatively low calorie, and chicken isn't high calorie either for food, for protein. So like kind of, but it depends how much you eat. Like everything, it depends how much you eat. But when you add 7 billion pounds of sodium, it doesn't make it healthy.
That was my thinking.
Tiffany Sobranik says someone told him chicken and rice was healthy and he didn't understand the assignment. You said it again. I love that you called that. You fucking called it earlier. Thank you for calling it again.
And I did go to the gym today.
Did you went to the gym?
I made it to the gym, I think 17 days last month, something like that.
Right.
All cardio.
All cardio, baby.
Just doing straight cardio for a month. And I made it to the gym like 17 days last month. So I did make it to the gym today. I did a combination of cardio with weightlifting.
Cardio with weightlifting.
12 minutes of cardio and then did some weightlifting, which was nice.
12 minutes of cardio. Like, I don't know how to describe how annoyed I am at that. 12 minutes of cardio. Whew. Bam. Nicola, yeah, I got it. I got the death row.
Yeah, every other day is not bad.
I got the death row
one.
one.
It's not bad. It's not. It's a start. I canceled my membership at my commercial gym. I'm just going to use the apartment gym for a while. The commercial gym is a little far from my house. There's another commercial gym that's closer to my house that I might use instead.
For now, I use the apartment.
But I wasn't using the commercial gym anymore, so I canceled my membership yesterday, and I'm just going to use the gym at my apartment complex. But you know, we've got the basics. We've got a cable machine, and as long as you've got a cable machine, you can kind of do anything.
I hope he starts talking to me about isometric resistance from cable machines and how it's beneficial over free weights. Like, please tell me everything. Sean McDonald sent in a super tip.
No wonder Kurt looks so fat. He's probably carrying 40 pounds of water with all that salt intake.
Yeah, I mean, the dude is going to be a fucking blimp.
It's also got a lat pull down machine in a row. It's got a combination lat row, and then it's got a combination leg extension, leg curl machine. It's got a combination.
If Kurt wants to do one chin up, he has to be able to lat pull 300 pounds or more. Holy fuck. Like, your lat pull doesn't have to be the same as your body weight for a chin up, because you engage other muscles in a chin up. It's not isolated, but like, it needs to be something like 80%, 70, 80%. Holy God. Think about it.
Combination shoulder press, bench press machine. And of course, it's got up to 50-pound dumbbells. And you know, you can get a lot done with that. So I'm just going to do that for a while. And then I might join a commercial gym again down the road. Oh my God. Well, what is it? Rice is just fattening, so adding a whole stack of butter just makes it worse. No wonder people are overweight with health issues. Well, it's...
What was he doing there? He's just smearing his camera. This is a worse angle somehow.
a whole stick of butter for 8 cups of rice and chicken. So, like...
You know, chicken has enough fat in it, and rice doesn't need butter. Rice only needs butter if you're a big fucking fat guy. Rice is good. Just like steamed rice is delicious. Ask China. It's good. You don't need butter. Now, like, if you're going to fry it up and do stuff, butter or some other frying agent is excellent, but you don't need it. That's why chicken and rice is good, is you don't need an extra fat. It's a balanced, tasty meal. And you can season it kind of different ways to give it all kinds of different effects. if you haven't dumped fucking gallons of seasoning on it already. Like you could do like a hot chicken, or you could do you could do a Cajun chicken. You could do an Italian herbs blend chicken. Like you have your Italian herb blend that you bought. Like you could make a lemon butter parsley rub and rub your chicken down and then cook it that way. It'll be great. Like you could do all sorts of stuff with chicken and rice to make the chicken has such a broad flavor profile for anything you want to do with it. And rice will just adopt the flavor of whatever you put on it. Any sauce that the rice absorbs is going to be delicious. But you're like pre-doing it. You're fucking it all up from the start.
It's a tablespoon per cup of rice, plus the chicken itself. So we'll see if it's too much butter, but it seemed like a good amount.
The dangerous of the bread, the first 3 hours are Macron. We've got a lot more Macron to do over the next couple days.
Plus it changes the macros of the dish to be more fat heavy and less carbohydrate heavy, which is
my Negro up here talking about macros. Kurt, you are a macro. Everything about you is macro except for one thing, which is micro. What the fuck? He's like, it changes the macros of the dish. Stop eating. Just stop. Stop eating. Start walking. Drink water. Then piss. Less sodium, less food, less calories, less fat. You don't need to balance your fat and proteins and your carbs. You need to not have fat, protein, and carbs going into your body for a bit. And you need to just cut the weight.
Nice.
You're going to die, man. You're going to die. Look at you. You're going to die.
The butter was for flavor. The butter was for flavor and for,
What flavor?
richness.
Richness. Richness of
You ever
what?
tried ghee instead of butter? I don't like ghee. I've tried it before, but I don't like it.
What
I
richness?
do not like it.
Stick of butter. You just had 8 cups of rice.
But maybe next time I'll cut down the butter. Maybe next time I'll only use half a stick instead of a full stick if it winds up being too much. Well, I mean, you're only talking about a difference of. You're only talking about a difference of. A stick of butter is 800 calories for that entire dish. So, I don't know.
This is a diet of a man whose weight is 330 pounds. More carbs, less protein.
It's insane. Gotta change the macros. Ghee is great. Ghee is great. I love it. Gotta like ghee. Why not? What do you like about it? It's butter that doesn't burn.
Yeah, hopefully this is a year for me. It's a year till I turn 45.
Hopefully this is the year of Kurt. This is the year of Kurt. Kurt's arrival is imminent.
That's kind of how I see it. Like, it's a year until I turn 45. So it's a good year to try to get myself in some sort of order. What do I want this year? A wife. That'd be nice.
Tell us about it, please. Aquatic Nomad, this is January 1st of this year. New Year's Day. Holy shit.
What's my profession? Attorney. I've been doing full-time YouTube for 2 years, but I'm an attorney by training and education.
Kurt just got, after this video is made, his first case. After this video is made, Kurt got his first case ever. And he says, I'm an attorney by trade and profession. Kurt was a patent and trademark officer. He's not an attorney by profession in the patent and trademark office. He didn't argue patent and trademark cases as an attorney. He made determinations about patent and trademark. I believe that's what he was doing, is making determinations of, on patent and trademark petitions. It's just like, I'm an attorney by trade, profession. No, not really. Not ever.
I need to be a bit more realistic if I want a wife. You asked what I wanted. I told you what I wanted.
Oh, yes, fight the chat.
Don't ask me a question if you don't want the answer. Just save me the time.
Yeah, motherfucker. Don't ask the question if you don't want the answer. Nice fist. Just having a good day until now. Look at him. Look at those shifty eyes back and forth. He's furious at the person who just said that. Holy fuck. It's your
What kind of attorney? My practice, my previous experience was relating to patent law, patent prosecution, and the procurement of patents. So my previous job entailed the creation of patents.
Hear how he's wording this? This is insane. Prosecution of patents. So my previous job entailed the creation of patents. Yeah, he worked for the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. He wasn't involved in prosecuting patents. What he was doing was basically making judgments about whether or not a patent application was valid.
And the process by which patents become made. Patent prosecution. It's paper, unbreaded. But I did that for 15 years. And now I'm looking to do something different. I'd really like to do civil appeals. For the last 2 years, I don't work as an attorney. Well, that's not completely true. And even then, I've always worked as an attorney.
How many motions have you drafted and filed and argued? How many cases have you brought to court? How many clients have hired you to defend them? Have you ever argued in front of a judge prior to this? Yes, he said unbreaded. Because he said it's all paper, unbreaded.
At the moment, I'm doing like consulting work.
On paper. He's doing some consulting work. Oh, okay. Woodham said he just said he worked as a prosecutor. No, he said he was prosecuting patent cases, which meant creating patents. It's not prosecution in the way that you're thinking of. There is no prosecution of a patent case. It's not a thing. Patent infringement would be a civil matter. It's not a prosecution of it.
on pizza, if it's grilled before it goes on the pizza, yes. I think that's the key to pineapple on pizza. The pineapple has to be pre-grilled.
What? 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 The pineapple has to be pre-grilled? No, the pineapple is going to cook when you bake the fucking pizza. So you're telling me you're going to grill pineapple, then put it on raw pizza dough to bake? Or are you saying you make a pizza, you grill the pineapple and then just slop it on top? No. What are you talking about? What the fuck is happening? First of all, pineapple doesn't belong on pizza. But the random heathens who happen to like it, part of the thing with pineapple, this is what I like about jalapeno, is that the juice from the pineapple effectively permeates the pizza. The whole thing gets a sweetness added to it as the pineapple juice distributes through the pizza itself, like through all of the toppings. Like that's kind of like why you do it. So if you're grilling pineapple and then throwing it on, you're taking the pineapple. This is a place where you want pineapple juice, and then you're also going to get just dried up, shriveled up mess. What is this? Heisenberg says, "Welcome home, Nick." Thank you, Heisenberg. You have to Instapot the pineapple and salt and butter first.
If you grill it right, then I think it's fine. Ever not thought of being one defense attorney? Like criminal defense? I don't know that's necessarily my thing, but, you know, maybe. I'm glad you like my sarcasm. It's definitely something I speak fluently.
Is that the whole pineapple on pizza thing? Is that all sarcasm?
Well, the instant cooker says 5, so we're going to try something here in about 5 minutes. We got food coming in 5 minutes. I've never been married. No. My mom and dad live in South Carolina. What do you think that you get wrong most of the time? The comments?
Yeah, what do you get wrong most?
I think people that watch I think people who are not familiar with it tend to. I think the biggest single problem I see is.
Yes.
There is a tendency to hear an answer to a particular problem and think it's the answer to like every problem. I think it's the biggest problem. So like, for example, if you ask me, let me give an example. Let me try to create one in my mind.
Your biggest problem is, massive, but also massive amounts of alcohol, massive amounts of sodium intake, live like just completely unhealthy, completely and utterly unhealthy. I'm glad he's going to the gym, but my God. His skin is just constantly in peril.
It's hard to create it in my mind because I'm like, I know all the nuances, so it's hard to create hard to create an example in my mind.
Hard for me to think of someone coming up with a solution to a problem and thinking it's every solution. How about this? How about Kurt? A solution to many of your problems, but not all of them, would be to quit drinking or to severely reduce the amount of alcohol that you consume. But that's not the solution to every problem. So you can't that won't solve your weight problem. but it might help out with some of your skin issues. It might help out with your overall health, and it might help with your depression, my man. That shit is feeding your depression.
Basically, like the reason sovereign citizens go wrong.
Wait, what?
Like sovereign citizens is the most extreme example of what I'm talking about. Like they heard a legal principle, and they want to take it to the absolute wall, and they think that this one legal principle like overrides every other legal principle. So if I said, here's a good, like the extreme example, right? If you said to me, if you asked me, is there a right to travel? And I would tell you, yes, there is, which is correct, there is. And then you would take that, if you're the sovereign citizen, and be like, oh, you said there's a right to travel. That means I can drive my motor car without a driver's license, and I can...
My motor car. They don't drive. Tiffany Zabranik says, Nick, you know people. Let's do a Debunk the Recipe series. It would be a public health investment. I talked earlier, one of the things we may have to do is start deconstructing how Kurt interacts with people on interviews, just because I started watching his interview with the Glarer, and I only got like 20 minutes in, and it's unreal. Like it is one of the most uncomfortable conversations I've ever seen. And Kurt is the star of that interview. He is the absolute star of that interview. And you could just, again, if you want a taste, maybe we'll do it. We'll do it on this show. Right after the cooking video, I'm going to show you the first 90 seconds and nothing else, or the first 90 seconds of that interview, just so you get a peek at what we're in for. And then, like, I don't know, maybe we'll just talk about like how to do an interview or something, because something happened. Something is going on there. And that interview is insane to watch. It is insane. And I'm like, how does this man make this content?
I don't have to register, and I'm like, no, I didn't say any of those things. I didn't say anything like any of those things, right? That'd be like an extreme example, right? So you take an answer and you just completely take it to the wall, and you don't want to hear anything else I have to say. Like that kind of problem is the biggest problem I see. It's less of a problem with people who hang out with us though, because they know the answer to most questions is it depends. Because yeah. It's not necessarily that certain rights are absolute. It's more like certain principles are absolute. Is the problem? It's like this principle is absolute. That's like most of the time law doesn't work that way. We got raided? Excellent. I'm just doing some cooking. And then I'm gonna do some eating here in a second.
I'm just doing a little cooking.
We've got 1 minute left on the thing.
It's 1 minute left.
Everything is a contract. Yeah, that kind of idea. Yeah, like
when I Instapot cook rice, you don't vent the steam, but it's minute rice, and he just made it all up, and it's overcooked mush by now anyway. Holy fuck! He 5-minute cooked minute rice. Pastor Flash says Kurt needs to create a TikTok account and post these cooking vids. He'd be king of the rage bait bad cooking category. They're so bad.
Everything is a contract. Or in the UCC, it talks about commercial vehicles. Well, I'm not driving my car commercially, so that doesn't apply. And I'm like, no, that's not.
The UCC doesn't apply unless you're driving a commercial vehicle. He's like, yeah, I'm not driving my vehicle commercially, so that doesn't apply. Well, like kinda. It's the Uniform Commercial Code. The Uniform Commercial Code is specifically applicable to commercial activity. It's the Uniform Commercial Code, UCC. It's why it's there. It doesn't apply to non-commercial activity. What was that? Tuna, welcome to paralegal status.
It's not what it's talking about.
What is it talking about?
Entrapment is a classic example. Yeah, it's like, oh, the police entrapped me. I'm like, they almost certainly didn't. Yeah, the police lied to me, probably. So they entrapped me. No. Yeah, that kind of thing. Oh, food's ready. Let's check it out.
Kind of like a Korean horror movie demon.
Let's see what we got. Ooh, very hot. Very, very hot. Hot. I need a pot holder. The lid is hotter than I'm used to expecting. It's usually not that warm. Oh, yeah.
Ah! I have that spatula thing. I'm going upstairs after this to throw it away just because he had it. And I don't know what to do about that.
That's some good eats. That's some good eats, man. Let's plate.
that fucking lake of liquid in there tells you that he measured the water content just right. Rachel the Riveter, you're gonna love this. Rachel, you don't know how to cook. How could you? Kurt has shown us how to make chicken and rice today, and I'm pretty sure you've never cooked it this way, so you're wrong.
All right, let's see.
Oh my God.
Where did I put my bowl? Where did I put my bowl? There it is.
Food in jail that was better than this. South Smith says, I apologize for the other day. You were correct. No apology necessary. I knew you would come around. I knew. I had faith.
Oh, yeah. Guys, this is pretty awesome.
Pretty awesome.
You can hang out with me as I eat.
I just Foreman grill on.
Hold on.
Hang out with me while I eat. Why does this phone sound like this when he carries it around? It's doing
Guys, that looks pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's it done, Rachel the Riveter. You should see what's in there. You gotta go back. You have to go back.
That looks like a very healthy bowl. You can see the different colors of rice in there. Where's my wine?
That looks like a very healthy bowl, he says. Holy shit. No, it doesn't. Oh my God. That doesn't look healthy at all. The rice is oversaturated with a bouillon and butter. The chicken is there. I guess. Vegetables are in there somewhere, but they're just shredded up, and there's not enough of them. Everything about this is wrong. How's this thumb on his camera when he's not even there? What is that?
Let's see.
I will shovel food in mouth.
What are those black bits? Black rice. It's a combination of black rice, wild rice, and red rice, and quinoa. So there's 4 different things in there. That's one of the reasons I got the blend.
Wild rice makes trash for me. I can't do it. I don't like wild rice. Try. I live in Minnesota.
That way the rice is a little bit healthier because it's a little bit more varied.
What? The rice is a little bit healthier because it's a little bit varied. No, it isn't. It isn't healthier. It's just right. It's rice. Oh my
God. So I'm glad to be a little bit better, a little bit healthier.
It's hot. So good.
That's good shit.
Oh, I love good.
Maybe a touch too much salt.
No, not a chance. Is there a touch too much salt? Who could have seen this coming? Who could have seen it coming that there's a touch too much salt? Holy fuck. No, it's the right amount.
So maybe just a touch too much salt, but the seasoning is very good.
You didn't add any salt independently. He's like, the seasoning is very good, but the salt's just a little too high. His cheeks are sucking in as he chews because it's so fucking dry in his mouth. Why do you eat like that? Just eat like
That's good, guys.
Eat like a normal human. You don't have to make the sounds.
That is very good.
Don't look at me like this.
You need smell vision? I know, right?
No, you don't. No, not right. There is no Kurt video on earth that needs smell-o-vision. None. There's no smell that can overpower the smell of Kurt, and you do not want smell-o-vision. Trust me.
Well, guys, I think that's a successful staple dish. So I'm going to be doing more of that. What is the name of that dish? I don't know. Chicken and rice is what I'm calling it. You want to come up with a more creative name? Chicken and rice a la Kurt? I don't know. This is a very nice, hearty staple dish.
No. It's not a nice, hearty staple dish. It's a pile of fat, salt, way too many carbs. I mean, change the macros.
Nice variety of rice, nice chicken.
Not a variety.
Good stuff. All right, I'm going to sign off for now and probably watch a movie. I'm not sure what movie, but probably watch a movie. And
watch Super Size.
Yeah, I mean, highly recommended. Highly recommended. So, like, I didn't really measure out the seasoning, so I might have put, like, the overall seasoning profile is fine. Just the salt.
The seasoning profile was Tony's chicken bouillon and tomato bouillon with chicken flavoring. The seasoning profile, what the fuck are you talking about? There isn't a seasoning profile. You didn't go through and carefully select the herbs you are going to spice this with. You picked up pre-mixed stuff and just threw it in there haphazardly, and you way fucking overdid it. There's no seasoning profile other than too much salt. Ryan Blue Thunder says, Nick, hope you're doing well. I'm on a crusade. The word slop is not a noun or adjective. It's a verb. You slop the pigs. You don't provide slop to the pigs. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Let's see. Slop dictionary. Ryan Blue Thunder, I see your point, but I'm going to say this is from the Oxford Languages Dictionary. Slop, verb of a liquid, spill or flow over from the edge of a container, typically as a result of careless handling. Or number 2 is to feed slops to an animal, specifically, especially a pig, right? And like you said, you slop hogs or whatever. However, there is a noun definition as well. Slop, wastewater from a kitchen, bathroom, or chamber pot that has to be emptied by hand. And then there's a North American specific noun usage of sentimental language or material. In the first one, the wastewater, there's semi-liquid kitchen refuse, often used as animal food, and then unappetizing semi-liquid food. Those are nouns. So there is a noun usage of it. I see what you're saying, but you are incorrect, even though I love you. I should be on your side because you gave me $10, but I just can't.
Might be a touch much, but other than that, it's fine. But the addition of the hot sauce was a nice touch. That was good. I do like that slight kick that I added, so that was a good call. And
it would have been better, like throw jalapenos in there, or chopped up Thai peppers, or serrano peppers. Here, grill your serrano peppers, or roast them in a pan or whatever. Like, cook your serrano peppers and then add them to a dish. You want the heat? Bring it. It's great. The asterisk says, my dad would cook like this for himself when drunk, but at least he knew it was bad. He'd self-deprecatingly call it cancer cooking the next day.
And the amount of wine I put in there, I only put 3/4 of a cup of white wine. That was good because you don't want the wine to be like too dominant. But so the wine is like nicely restrained in its flavor profile.
What is he talking? Like, what words is he using here? What is he doing? What is he mimicking and miming? It's like he's a fucking chicken and rice sommelier now. He's like, oh, the flavor profile of the wine, it's not too dominant. Dominant wine flavor in food is wrong. The too dominant is any dominant. Your food should not taste like wine. If you want wine, drink wine. He said flavor profile more in this video than I've ever heard anyone say flavor profile.
So, very, very nice. Very, very nice. So, recommended. And I'm definitely going to be eating this for like...
Don't recommend this to people. That's your response.
Probably the next 10 days or something.
No.
And we'll go from there.
Pressing X to doubt on that 10-day shit. I think he's going to have this thing down in 3 days or less.
2 cubes next time? I don't know if that's the problem or not. Maybe. I mean, the chicken flavor is really nice, though. So maybe less the seasoning, but like, or you use like a low sodium, or you use just like
You know, it's a great way to get chicken flavoring into your food. Chicken. Chicken's great. You can use chicken to get chicken flavoring into your food. Heisenberg says slop sommelier. Holy fuck. You just put chicken in your food. Like if you just gotten chicken and like raw chicken, quarters, breast, whatever you like, both, and just put them in the Instapot with rice. Like you could have gotten chicken flavoring in the dish, and then you take the chicken out and you shred it up yourself, and then you throw it in the back in the dish and stir it all up. That's fine. You could do it that way. Or, you could roast a chicken in an oven because it takes about as long as your Instapot actually takes. It's like 40 minutes to roast a chicken, maybe 50, depending on the size of the chicken. And then you can take all those drippings that come out of the chicken. You can pour those into the rice. It'll be fucking delicious. Look at this. What is this face doing? This is mouth movement.
A chicken stock, maybe, with like less salt. I don't know, but
yeah, you don't need the wine in there. You could have used chicken broth or chicken stock. That would have been better. But you would have used the normal chicken broth with all the fucking salt in it. Get the no sodium chicken stock for your chicken flavor and then salt it appropriately. Tiffany Zabranik says, better yet, Nick needs to follow his instructions live. I've thought about doing a side-by-side where like I take one of Kurt's recipes and I cook it the way Kurt does, but then I also like cook it the way I would cook it. That'd be fun. I might do that for locals sometime.
it's like not completely unpleasant, just a little powerful. But it's not like I'm definitely going to eat the shit out of it. I'll tell you what. But just a slight criticism. Salt's a little high. Well, that's fine.
The recipe didn't tell you to do what you did to that thing. You dumped so much Tony's in there. I love Tony's. You dumped so much in there that I wanted to puke.
All right, I've been Uncivil Law until later, my friends. I hope all's well. Cheers for now, my friends, and goodbye.
Okay. Stop. All right. I'm going to... No, stop. Okay. We are going to... I told you we were going to do this. It's not going to take forever. This is Kurt's interview with the Glare that he just did. I'm going to give you a teaser. Brittany Court says a few days later, he said he threw it out because it was too salty. Yeah, I mean, that's... Yeah. Yes. 90 seconds of Kurt's interview with the Glare so that you guys can understand a little bit of what I'm saying as to why I think, because the cooking videos can't last forever. They can't last forever. And so I want to show you what I think we need to analyze how Kurt interviews people at some point. Look at these cool fucking glasses and this hat. And he's wearing, this is nice. It's like he's sitting in a barber's chair. He's got the drape on like to protect his body from all of his hair that's going to get cut off. Why are you wearing a barber cloak? Now, I don't know exactly. Ryan Blue Thunder says, is it too much to say I'm on a jihad against misuse of the word slop? The Slopperian jihad? No, it's not misuse. You've now crossed the threshold. I'm on your side. I'm with you. I think these red glasses have like a purpose. Like for a while, everybody started buying and wearing those stupid streaming glasses. Like Quartering had some and other people. I think these red glasses have some sort of purpose beyond whatever. I don't know. What is he wearing? All right, so I'm going to hit play. We're going to watch 90 seconds of this. I'm going to try and not pause it.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to Uncivil Law. As always, I'm your host, Uncivil Law, a licensed attorney in Texas, Virginia, and before the U.S. Supreme Court, and I hope you're having a great day. For today's stream, we have a guest. You know him as the Glarer. I know him as a strange guy who I'd like to know a little bit more about. So we're going to try to get to know who is the Glarer. Why the Glarer? Why does he have a wrestling name? What is his wrestling intro song? This is really important information. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I didn't realize I had a wrestling name though. Right.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
no, it definitely got some WWE vibes for me.
I
or
love
maybe
it.
or maybe not full the show, maybe more like a regional, semi-professional kind of feeling.
I can't. No, definitely your name is a wrestling name. Like full WWE vibes. Well, like maybe not full ones. Like maybe like a regional show of not famous people. Like it just immediately is fucking awkward. I don't know what to do.
I will take it as a compliment, sir.
What
Absolutely.
is your entry song?
My entry song?
Yeah, when they bring the wrestler in from the locker room, they bring them into the octagon or the fighting cage or whatever it is in your particular style. They play some sort of music. So what music are they playing for you as you're walking from the locker room, doing your whole like bug dance that we, are so famous for seeing?
Oh man, I don't know. That's a really good question. Probably
I want to go with Frontier Psychiatrist as my choice if I'm ever a wrestler.
90 seconds. If Kurt's ever a wrestler, he's asking the Glarer what his intro song is. Glarer's like, I am not prepared for a discussion about how my name is wrestling name, and now I have a wrestling intro song, and I have to pick it on the fly. I have no fucking clue what's going on. And what did he just say? What did he say the title of the song was? Hold on.
I want to go with Frontier Psychiatrist as my choice if I'm ever
Frontier Psychiatrist? What song is this? Like, what is going on? Yeah, I get that he's doing an icebreaker from his improv group, right? Like I get that. Maybe. I don't know. Some people unironically are like really into wrestling, and maybe Kurt is. I'm not sure. This interview is never more comfortable than this moment. Like this is the most comfortable the interview is. So I think we should we do, hold on. We got to do another 90 seconds, right? We have to.
Wrestler.
Oh, Frontier Psychiatrist, and that is done by who?
By the Avalanches. He's nuts. He's crazy in the coconut. What that mean? That boy needs therapy.
Okay.
Nice sheet.
Yeah, no. I'm not aware of that one. I'm sorry.
Great one.
Right on. I don't know. Probably I don't even know the title, but it's by a band called Idols.
Okay.
But yeah, that would probably be my song. But I'm not even sure what the title of it is. So
Can you sing a few bars for us?
Oh God, no. No.
Do it.
No. You sing a few bars? No. Good answer. I don't want to sing. What are you doing? Ryan Blue Thunder says, hi, Nick. I've barely met you, but I think your wrestling intro song is Temple of the Dogs. I'm going hungry. Wait, is that I'm going hungry, like that song? AKA Hunger Strike. Holy shit. I think I remember that song.
Sing the song. Do it.
No. I can't even. No.
Do it. Sing the song. Do it.
No. I can't even remember how it goes, actually.
This is brilliant. I actually really like the glare here. He's like, some song by the Idols. I don't even remember the title. I don't know. How's it go? Sing it for us. No, I don't really want to. Sing the song. No, I don't even remember how the song goes, but that's my intro. So this is perfect. He's picked an intro song. He doesn't remember the title or how it goes. Oh.
Just remember playing it at one point and thinking like, yeah, man. So if I was a fighter, I would fucking come out to that music. You know what I mean? But I can't even remember.
I know you're a fan of Rocky, just so long as you don't do something trite like Eye of the Tiger, man. I mean, you gotta work better for that, man.
Yeah. You gotta be more creative than that. Have better, yeah.
I didn't want to punch you in the face before. If you do go with Eye of the Tiger, I do now.
It's
so trite.
I mean, that's the thing. That trite Eye of the Tiger. Man, like I didn't want to punch. Like now I want to punch you though, because you did Eye of the Tiger. It's like you decided to pick an iconic song related to fighting. Like, how fucking stupid are you?
As much of a Stallone fan as I am, he's got terrible taste in music. Like, if you think about the music that he picks for his movies, you're like,
I went to Clemson University, which of course is the Tigers, and so I heard
Eye of the Tiger is a fantastic song. What are we talking? Will, I'm getting mad at you now. Survivor was cool. Who's out there saying Eye of the Tiger isn't good? Is it overplayed at like college sporting events? Yes.
Eye of the Tiger so many times. At this point, it's like, Pavlovian response, and I just want to kill things.
Pavlovian, not Pavolian. Pavlovian response. Just killing things would imply that. So Pavlovian response is a conditioned response that your body has to being used to the mental stimulation of something typically. So like the Pavlov had a dog and he would give it a treat to associate with whatever thing, like a bell ringing or whatever. And so then when the dog heard the bell ringing, it would start to salivate as if it was expecting the treat. The Pavlovian response of killing people would imply that Kurt has somehow engaged in a dopamine reaction to murder. And so his Pavlovian response is murdering because he's done so much of it. This is fucking weird.
I hear you. What's up, man? How you been?
My alarm app is reminding me it's whatever time of day it is. No, I've been good. I've been good. Happy. I've been trying to do some edited videos, working on scripting and stuff like that, trying to get my style down. Been going to the gym more. I went to the gym a little bit today. I ran a little short in time, but I did 3 exercises, which is better than none. I did some hack squats. So that's if you want 3
just hitting the gym, doing some hack squats. It's like Dwight Schrute ate Michael Scott and is talking to a guy who's been to the gym about going to the gym.
Exercise is a hack squat. You're doing okay. That's all right.
Yeah, no, that's good. Oh, this is my sound better. I think my sound is better now. Somebody in the chat was saying something about it, so I got my mic worked out, fixed, I think. Hack squats, always good, sir. Always good. I like hack squats. And I like them because when I do hack squats, I like to finish off my set with calf raises on the hack
I did calf
machine.
raises today. Well, not on the calf raise. I did it on a standing calf raise machine, but yeah.
Yeah, if you have a standing calf raise machine, even better. But my gym doesn't have that, so I just kind of make do with the hack squat. Not now, of course, since I'm a gimp, but
Really, tell me more about your gimp lifestyle.
Do
you go full? Do you go full leather mask?
No. Gimp is in. I can't walk, so
I don't think that's what a gimp is.
Well, according.
What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? There's a way to pull off this line of questioning. It's possible. It's just like I don't really know how, but I know it can be done. I have faith that someone has the riz to pull off you must be a bondage gimp then, when he's clearly talking about not being able to work out because like maybe he has an injury, he's temporarily unable to do things.
To the Pulp Fiction movie, that's not what a gimp is, but middle schoolers, a gimp is somebody who can't walk properly.
Sure. I think we know about your secret. I think we're learning more about why you're called the Glarer. It's your gimp name.
Okay.
Do gimps regularly glare? Is that a thing? Like, is that what we're learning here from Kurt? Like, is Kurt educating us on what a submissive leather-bound gimp does? And it's typically glare, because that's actually a hallmark characteristic of the submissive, is that the submission that they're doing makes them angry. So they glare a lot rather than deriving pleasure from the loss of control and the submission and the dominance by the other person. Like, their glaring is known for glaring. Submissives just consistent, like glaring everywhere. It's a problem actually in the BDSM community.
No, yeah, it's all good. So I read that in some of the stuff learning about you that you started your channel podcast, at least initially, with depression, to try to deal with depression. Is that correct?
No, that's not.
So far, every answer has been no, not that. Every question, everything Kurt has presented, the Glarer has answered, well, no. Like, you fucking it's a wrestling name. Nope. You have a wrestling song. I don't know, not that. Not that at all. Like, oh, you're a gimp. Well, no. That not like with the leather and the submission and stuff. And then he's like, well, I heard you started your channel to deal with your depression. Well, no. just everything. I can't fucking take it. Ryan Blue Thunder says uncivil glare. I shouldn't have kept this going.
Not correct.
Not correct.
I'm open about my depression and anxiety.
So am I. I talk about it a fair amount. I have major depressive disorder, so I was trying to.
We know. You see, you asked your guest about something. He's starting to talk. He's like, well, me really. I got a lot of depressive disorder. I have it. I talk about it sometimes, all the time. Actually, a lot.
Something I deal with. I talk about a lot on my channel.
Yeah, no, it's definitely something that I'm not ashamed of, and I deal with very publicly. But at the same time, it's definitely not what my channel's about. My channel, I just started talking about true crime mostly just because I think what triggered that for me was I had a friend who was murdered, really good friend of mine, and I didn't really understand why that happened. And I guess I was trying to understand it a little bit better. And I started my channel. But I mean, my channel name is related.
Holy shit. Your guest comes on and says, no, I didn't start my channel because of depression. Actually, it's a true crime channel. And a really good friend of mine got murdered. And I was trying to understand that and work through it. What the fuck happened? Tell me the story. How old were you? How old was he? What are the circumstances? Were you nearby? Did you have, do you feel like you could have prevented something? What about, there's so much. And he's not even listening. He doesn't care. That story, the Glarer just tells him that story changed his entire life, basically. He said it without saying it, but he's saying it because his profession, in a couple minutes, they'll get to what they do, and they'll be like, yeah, I totally podcast full time. That's what the Glarer does. And it's like that set the course of his life. It's the most important fucking story. It's the first thing he tells you about why he's doing what he's doing because it so affected him. And Kurt has no question, nothing, nada for it. Ryan Blue Thunder says uncivil glare. This is amazing. This is amazing. The guys, the only thing I love hearing stories from people, and I love sharing stories with people, like that exchanges of what matters to people, like what gets them, what makes them who they are, is the most interesting thing. And this guy's like, here's my most interesting story. Kurt can even relate it. Well, none of my friends were murdered, but I did. My roommate murdered some guy. He murdered his dad. Like, holy crap. Like,
but it's not something that I really focus a lot on. The glare is an acronym, technically. Started off that way. And
what does it stand for?
There's technically 3 A's. I just don't use all 3 A's when I spell it.
Okay.
But it's gratitude, logic, awareness, acceptance, accountability, rationality, empathy, and resilience. And those are just keywords that I focus on to help manage my depression and anxiety. These things, if I focus on those things, typically they work pretty well.
Ricada Law is an acronym too.
If I focus on those things, it helps manage my shit a little bit better, you know.
I mostly focus on anger, rage, envy, resentment.
Best of luck to you. Yeah, I stopped focusing on those things, and my life has improved vastly since.
Holy shit. Holy shit. I mostly focus on anger, rage, envy, resentment. He's talking to a guy who is known for publicly dealing with and processing his depression. And he's so into that his name is a giant fucking acronym of positivity and of, a personal responsibility. This mix of words that mean you're worth it. That mean it's you're worth living, and you contribute to the world, and you bring something better to the people around you. It's the reminder. It's the thing that fights the shit in your head when you're depressed that says, no, you're not actually worth it. You should go away. Everything in the Glarer's name is about why you should stay here. And Kurt's like, what I focus on: anger and rage, resentment, envy and resentment. Oh, Kurt, I know.
So,
best of luck to you.
Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering.
Yeah,
says Yoda.
Thanks.
Yes, very much so.
Or something.
Yeah. I've seen the Star Wars movies, but I haven't really, I'm not one of those Star Wars fans that everybody tends to.
Like I said, it's like Between Two Ferns, but without the script or the comedy.
To be, but I like Star Wars. It's okay.
I like the original Star Wars. My hot take is I think A New Hope is better than Empire Strikes Back. That's my hot take.
I strongly disagree, but okay. But yeah, in my opinion, the Empire Strikes Back is probably the best one because the bad guys win. It's like one of the first popular movies where the bad guy wins.
Nails it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then Lucas went and fucked it all up with all that special edition bullshit.
Yeah.
But then you can get it's called the despecialized version, I think, off the web, where people have gone through on the various different versions that have been released and try to basically cut them together to remove all the special effects. It's pretty good.
Right.
Ice Dancer, thank you. Glare just said his friend was murdered, and we're talking about Star Wars. It's perfect. It's so delightfully flawless in how curt this conversation is. There's not a conversation happening. Yeah. Reviel NH says it's actually two separate interviews. I mean, it is, right? Like it's two people talking just right past each other about the same subjects at the same time.
Yeah.
It's like Star Wars how it's supposed to be in the first place.
Okay. Yeah. Right on.
Yeah, there you go. Obviously, it's great. Yeah, I mean, depression, I've been dealing with depression a long time. I think loneliness is a major factor, which makes sense because, humans are a social animal. And
not all of them.
That I, feel isolated and alone, and the social media can only do so much. So I think that's a major factor. But I try to get out of my house at least sometimes and try to do something to make myself feel a little bit better. And the exercising seems to help a little bit, but
exercise.
I need a wife.
Exercise is a notoriously social activity. So is wifing.
That's what I need in my life.
Exercise is, well, the last thing I need in my life is a wife.
Kurt thinks that if he just gets married, that everything will be better. Like everything is going to be fixed. He doesn't have any idea like that marriage is not this like patch to your social reclusiveness. That's not going to help.
But the exercise is easily the most productive thing that I engaged in to help manage my anxiety and depression.
You look good.
Sure. Well, not right now. I mean, I've been so lazy.
You look a lot better than me do. I weigh 320 pounds, man. I'm fat.
Oh, man.
That was brutal. You look a lot better than me do. I'm 320 pounds. You're 331 just the other day. I don't believe you. But maybe you made it to 320. I'm proud of you. He just, damn. He can't fathom being that big.
I busted my knee a while back, and so I haven't been able to exercise the way that I like to. But so it's kind of a bummer.
Just do all that upper body stuff, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, just do upper body stuff. It doesn't matter that you have that you have an injury.
Yeah, I should just I think I
do your barbell presses and your overhead presses and your barbell curls and all that stuff, and call it and little rope exercises. That's good.
Definitely.
I love Kurt giving fitness advice to the guy who's obviously fit. Tiffany Zabranik says, "Be the person you want to marry." That's an interesting take. That's what Macron's wife did.
Definitely. I'm just making excuses. I should just order some weights and, instead of feeling sorry for myself, just order some weights. And,
you want to use set of 50-pound adjustable dumbbells from Bowflex. I've got them sitting in a closet that I never use.
So you said
that's amazing. He just goes that was unreal. Like that move right there. Like, nope, don't want those at all. Was just kind of saying, yeah, I need to get back to the gym because I don't need to get back to the gym right now. Like, I know I need to, but my life is actually full of all this other stuff. Pick up a cue.
Said you're exercising to manage your depression a little bit better, right?
Yeah.
How long have you are you consistent with your exercise?
Not as much as I should be. I have a pattern where like I'll do it pretty solid.
We can't tell. No one can tell that you're not as consistent as you should be with your exercise. It's definitely not obvious, at least.
solid for some period of time, somewhere between like 1 and 6 months at the outset. And then for whatever reason, I stopped doing it. And then I stopped doing it for like 6 months. So I have a hard time maintaining any gains because,
because you need someone to hold you accountable and to like yell at you to do it. Like this is one of the hardest things for people to do, is develop the habit of exercise. It's really, really a difficult habit because everything about exercise is uncomfortable. It makes you sweaty. It makes you gross. It takes your time. It takes your energy. It makes the rest of the day harder. I know it produces tons of good benefits. You get an endorphin release, but until you get that endorphin release, you know it's coming. You know you have to go in there and you know you have to do a bunch of shit you don't want to do, and you know it's going to be hard. It's a really fucking hard habit to form. Yeah, we get it. We get it. That's not actually your problem. Like, you have a whole bunch of other ones. The thing is, you don't realize that you have them. The glarer casually dismissing that, he's like saying, I need to work out or whatever. He's acknowledging that he's got a bunch of other shit. And Kurt could ask him about it. It's like, well, why aren't you exercising? What are you doing? Like, what's going on instead? What's keeping you from going to the gym? Like maybe he had some social interaction that went wrong. Maybe his gym became uncomfortable for some reason. Like, there's any number of things. It's all interesting, and he doesn't know how to ask.
It's like 3 months on, and then I don't do it for 3 months, and like, so
we don't
this has
care
been a
about
pattern.
you.
So recently I've been in it, just for like maybe a month or something. So far so good, but it's like, how do you prevent that pattern from stopping is a whole challenge.
Yeah. You mentioned something about needing a wife. That sounds absurd to me.
Women are soft and they're curvy.
Yeah, but you don't have to marry them. You know what I mean?
Glirer's got a point there. Like, he's like, what do you need a wife for? No, I mean, like, lots of people want to get married, and there's tons of fulfillment in marriage. And then other people, like, he has given him this clue. Kurt's like, I want a wife, and Glirer's like, I don't. That sounds absurd. That's crazy. He's begging to tell him why you shouldn't want a wife. You don't have to agree or disagree. It doesn't matter. This is your subject of the interview. Like, ask him why he finds a wife absurd. I'm guessing he had a bad divorce, like a bunch of guys. Like, what? Find out. He's going to tell you. He's been through it, man. He will tell you. Like, that's what he's saying to you. He's begging to tell this story.
Who says you got to marry him? That's crazy.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah,
but I like soft and curvy myself. I like the ladies. I just
not a thing. Not a goddamn
thing. I like also doing whatever the fuck I want. I like that. That's fun.
This is me. The Glarer forces the answer without the question, right? He so wants to tell Kurt about this. This is another thing. This subject matters to him. His friend's murder directs the course of his life, his career. Whatever happened that makes him not want to get married, that makes him go, no. That not just I don't want to. It's absurd to me to want to be married. Like that perspective doesn't make sense to the Glarer at all. Kurt doesn't ask a question about it. So these two things, again, these are the things that he's bringing up unsolicited because Kurt just doesn't ask good questions. And he's begging to tell him about them. Like, these are the most important things in this man's life.
Always inconvenient. So, yeah.
Very good. And so I understand also that when you go out and about, you are getting recognized.
Only in Boston.
Only in Boston?
Yeah. No, that doesn't happen.
Were you on a magazine cover at one point?
Just recently. Apparently, I was on the cover of Vanity Fair.
That's pretty good get.
Yeah.
You don't have that framed on your wall, man? If you're on the cover, I frame that shit.
People act like it's actually Alan Jackson, but if you look closely, it's my face. So,
I put a sign. I put that on my back wall. Maybe a sign. This is me. Pointing to it. I don't know.
We know.
No, I just I've been lately. I got to do one of you actually, but lately I've been paying a little bit of tribute to some of my favorite people on YouTube, and refacing my face onto their face and putting it on Twitter. It's just for fun because I love my YouTube community very much. So
I took his face off.
Yeah. So I'll be doing an uncivil law one very soon.
That's disturbing. I don't see any good coming from that for either one of us, to be honest.
It doesn't matter. I I don't care about good things coming from the things I do so much.
Spooky. We're
fascinating lead in again. You don't care about good things coming from the things you do. Well, what is the goal of the things you do? Like, what is it? What do you value? Why don't you like good things? Is it the definition of good that gives you problems? Is it other people's perception of good? Do you like, because your name is full of positivity. So what are you trying to get? I have a feeling that he would tell us a story about the principles that he would espouse through his actions. And what it is it's just not commonly accepted as good, but it's his moral code or ethical code or whatever it is. Like, he's just giving him like just bait, take the bait. Kurt can only masturbate.
We're not trying to make the world a better place. Noted. Okay.
Right.
So how do you balance your channel with whatever it is you do for a living? What do you do for a living?
The channel.
That's it. Yeah, I'm on full-time channel too.
Yeah.
Is it bringing enough income? It pays my bills. I got that going for me.
Yeah. And luckily I keep my overhead really, really low. I'm not a very materialistic guy. So I don't need a lot of stuff. Mostly, like, most of the income that I made from covering the Karen Reed case went towards going to Boston and supporting my supporters in person.
We're almost done. I just remembered how this goes, and like what's about to happen is just miraculous in a completely different way.
And
I bought a new watch
and supporting Turtle Boy in person. So
yeah,
I bought a new watch.
Yeah. No, I do buy some things sometimes to try and make me happy. It never seems to do it, but at least this one is speaking my language, so I got that going for me. And I will.
He's literally talking to a guy. He's talking to a guy who just told him, I'm not very materialistic and I try to keep my costs down. I'm not really into these material things. It's like, I bought a watch. And I sometimes buy things to help with my depression, but it never seems to work. Yeah. The guy who's not materialistic, whose name is a bunch of positive attributes about self-worth, he knows that buying shit doesn't bring you joy. He figured it out. How do you
watch all the time? I've been wearing a watch 24/7 basically since I've been in 5th grade. I don't take it off to sleep or shower or anything. I'm hardcore.
Hardcore watch wearer, guys. He's hardcore. He doesn't take it off to sleep or shower, which means like, you see how that watch is death gripped around his forearm, which means that like that's just crusted inside with dead skin, sweat, and sadness. Holy fuck. This is insane. This is insane.
right on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool.
Just buy a new one. You know, you're a lawyer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I recently took on a case and I recently earned $1,600. I'm like, well, that paid for the watch. So I got that going for me.
There you
Right
go.
on, man.
Yeah, right on.
So what type of attorney are you? What do you specialize in?
I do civil law. I prefer
I do civil law. It's his first case ever. Like, I do civil law.
appeals, but right now I'm working on a case from the ground up relating to suing some police and other people relating to property the police took during a search warrant, but then didn't give back when the case was over.
Yeah, that's not okay.
They transferred it to the possession, well, at least some of it. I don't know for sure, but they transferred some of it, if not all of it, to the guy who claimed to own it, who has now had sold or otherwise disposed of some, if not all of it. And there was never any hearing or adjudication about who was the lawful owner. So I'm like, well, it was in my client's possession. You guys were supposed to secure it. And then when the case is over, you give him the property back. And then
Okay, we're 15 minutes in. I'm not playing another second of this interview. Be gone until a different day. This is what I'm talking about. Sorry, I said 3 minutes, and then we did I said 90 seconds. Then we did 3 minutes after that, and then I couldn't stop. I can't. It makes me so fucking mad. Okay. I have to go to bed. I love you all so much. Thank you for attending my therapy session. But this is what I'm saying. I was worried that cooking with Kurt, when the cooking videos run out, that I don't know what to do. And then I found interviews. I assume they're all like this. I can't imagine a good one happening. Now that I've seen this much of this one, I can't imagine that there is a better one anywhere. And so there's plenty. I think I can watch Kurt videos forever. They're my favorite content. Like, I hate it. I hate them. I hate everything about this interview. It's so uncomfortable. It's so cringy. It's disgusting. It makes me want to puke. And he would probably call that a good meal. But I have to watch it. I'm stuck. All right, guys. We'll talk to you soon. I gotta go. I'll see you as soon as I can. Hopefully later today. Have a good night. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along with his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight. We'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of the frog. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the problem better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed.